welcome to Peace, Love, and Vans.
My name is Sally and I'm here with Let's Adventure today to bring you with me in our adventure together to see what is to do in this event. For me, it's a second time coming. I'm a beginner to van life, so I'm here to explore the vendors, the community, the learnings in the workshop. And if you're a beginner like me, you're gonna be hooked on this video. And if you're not, you will too, because there's so many inspirations you can use here for your build, for improvements, to get to learn more about your rig. But the best part is the community and the experiences that you cannot plan to leave, and I can guarantee you're gonna experience here. Let's go.
Absolutely, absolutely. So we sell only the best products for your van. Everything is road tested and tested by our techs, and we stand behind the products that we sell. We don't just sell anything that comes on the market. We make sure that we've tested it and that we can stand behind it. Also, that manufacturers we work with stand behind their product, and we'll help out our customers if anything does happen to go wrong after your sale. And that's all post-sale. Pre-sale, we've got some amazing technicians on our team that can help walk you through kind of what products that you're gonna need, kind of help you decide what sizes of products are, like what kind of battery do you need? Will an awning work for your build? You know, what can I fit in here? What you want to get? You kind of tell them what you want to get out of your build, and they'll help to kind of build a package first. And then we've got this amazing shirt, which means a lot to us. We have an employee who is in Ukraine. She's in Kiev. And she's an amazing employee. She's one of our little analytics geniuses, inventory geniuses. We couldn't do what we do without her. So we designed this t-shirt with her in mind so that we could donate the proceeds to a company in Ukraine to help families over there. So all proceeds from these shirts will, and we also have,
Oh my God, that is just so cool.
It is a topographical map of a mountain range in Ukraine. And so we wanted to design it something very meaningful to show Ukraine. The heart of Ukraine is something that really touched us.
Not only a great brand that stands behind their product, but also behind the people. So I'm loving this, like
absolutely.
I already had an idea to be a customer, now I'm sold.
Well, I'm very glad. We'll be very happy to have you. And any questions, we'll support you along the way.
Thank you. Next stop, I heard about Luber Craft. It was actually recommended by Josh from Peace, Love, and Vans. Let's go and check it out. Well, hello there.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Selena. How are you?
Luber.
Luber, pleasure meeting you. Let's dive in on this tour, Luber. Go ahead.
Okay, this is fold-down table. It's all veneer, white oak veneer, for transit, 144. So it's short.
I am curious to see how creative you got with that space. Before we jump in, tell me a little bit. Were you able to fit a shower in here?
Yes.
We have kitchen, bedroom,
absolutely.
a little living area.
Living room.
In a 140.
Yes.
140 wheelbase. Okay.
Office. We have office.
I am sold because I'm feeling the pressure of the challenge of wanting to build in a 148. So I want to see what you did and bring that into inspiration for my build, and maybe we'll put it together in the future too.
Why not? And open.
Let's go check this out. Please show us.
This is a small office. This is a fold-down table, swivel seat, 110 outlets, a USB light. We have more space on top, more space here.
And this is the locking system?
Yes.
Okay, so I just need to press this to open, and when I close, I can just shut it, and this is not gonna come, it's not gonna come open. I forget that all the time, and I'm driving, and I'll look behind, everything is closed because I'm in the driver's seat, and I look this way. Okay, this is good. I don't see the cabinets behind me that I forgot to unlock. And normally that's where I put my electronics, and I just hear my iPad flying. So I really love this.
Fridge.
And you have a full size up top freezer.
Yes.
For pizza time. If you follow the channel, you know that's a must for me. That's an amazing size. Not too big, not small at all, and with a good freezer size.
Yes. I like the table.
Very nice. If I need more countertop while I'm cooking right here, I have that option here as well.
We have the bathroom.
This is the most expected part of the tour, and very spacious, everyone. Oh, with a rain shower. Gonna have to do the bathroom test you all see in the episodes, because it's the test if I can wash my hair. And yes, we have plenty of space here. So I'm already loving this. And you fit this size of shower in a 140. So first of all, kudos to you, because this is fantastic. Tell me about the toilet, because
the toilet is a regular
so many
toilet.
options.
Yes, so many options.
Yeah.
In this case, I used the cassette toilet for me.
Okay.
Easy to dump.
So this is a cassette style?
A cassette. Yes, when you took your shower, you release this.
Nice.
Out. So you have a lot of space here, and this is for tight.
And then stay in place.
They stay in place well.
Beautiful. We have a 2-top induction stove. Nice
filter.
With sink with filtration system. So you have a track system, I noticed, going around the walls and the ceiling. So tell me about some options we have with this track system.
This track is for you can hang hook like this, or you can install a soft cabinet.
And those cabinets is fantastic, especially if you are a part-time traveler. Not every travel you're gonna need as much space. And this you can have a more open space, or let's say you're taking a month or two to cross country, whatever that is. Then you can add all the cabinetry you need. So it gives you that flexibility.
This is very nice feature. We have this pull out step.
It's my turn to try. Oh my goodness, this makes it so easy. And I'm a 5'5", so you can have an idea. And this was just the perfect size. Woo! I love it.
Yeah, behind that wall.
All the pipe for the shower. So very smart. Again, you have to be very smart when you are planning on such a tiny space. And I think this was perfect and seamless.
All this wall is removable in case you have to fix something behind
the pipes.
Yes.
That is very important, because I know people that had to break down their entire rig for someone to fix pipe or wiring. So yeah, this is a fantastic idea.
Electrical and water system. We have here a net for mosquito. We make all this string is ABS material.
And you can cut this any different sizes, like if I want just a window here or a circular shape, you can do anything customizable to what we're doing. Price-wise, what are we talking on a beginner basic build and a very wild one? Like, what is the window?
We can start on 35K.
Okay.
To
the sky is the limit, right?
Exactly.
Yes. Tell us a little bit what a 35K build would have. What can I get with that kind of money?
Electrical system, 600 amperage batteries.
Nice.
Inverter, DC-DC charge, electrical breaker panel, bed, flat bed, just kitchen area.
Okay.
Yeah. Ceiling, floor, wall.
Luber, it has been a pleasure meeting you.
It's our pleasure.
I'm wishing you the best luck with your build.
Thank you.
And best luck to us shopping for some more builders and adventures building your own. Let's check some more. What a great first van tour. Now we're getting to the main lane where you can see all the vendors, all the opportunities here for new products and getting questions. Oh, hey you guys! My favorite YouTubers are here.
So nice to see you.
So you guys, let me share a quick story here.
Sure.
I did not know these guys, and we met on the first night of the event. And that's what I'm telling about connections you don't even know you're gonna make here. Elisa?
I'm Elisa. I'm from Bolivia. We're neighbors. She's from Brazil.
That's what connected us, huh?
We immediately connected. My channel is Explore RX. On
Oh,
YouTube.
yes,
Yeah.
yes. Lance, share about yours
I'm
too.
Lance from Canada. My YouTube channel is Boondocking with Boomer. I have 1 million subscribers.
He's lying.
They just haven't subscribed yet.
We heard that 1 million times. And we are 3 YouTubers constantly filming our content together.
Yep, with
So
our
it's
camera.
kind of funny to see the 3 repeating the same scenes. But
Over and
We'll
over
go
and
film around.
let's go
There's
get
so much to
content.
see.
I'm glad y'all got to meet them. Bye, you guys. And we will continue on our journey here. Definitely gonna check this beauty out. Live more camper vans. Yay, hello everyone. Hi, how are you doing? I'm doing great.
Livermore Camper Vans. We're based out of Kennesaw, Georgia, so we're just north of Atlanta. We specialize in family-style camper vans ranging from 2 to 4 seaters. So we build on Sprinters, Transits, and ProMasters. We offer a wide array of various layouts that we can reconfigure to meet your personal travel needs. And then we also are a full-service shop as well. So let's say someone like you is building your own van, you can bring it to us. We'll do your window installs. We'll do your AC installs.
Oh my God, that's fantastic.
Yes, we'll wire your whole electrical system and just get you set up for success. It can be really intimidating cutting a hole into the side of your van.
Most of what I've been finding is builders that will just deliver the full product.
For sure.
I really want to build mine because I want to go through the experience.
Absolutely.
And I'm a believer that if I'm alone on the road and something breaks, I'll know exactly where that is.
Exactly.
But I've been already looking, and I'm sure some of you that are in the same level as me might feel intimidated by cutting a hole in the van.
Right.
So is that something I can come to you and you can provide that service?
Absolutely. We'll do windows, AC, vent fan. We'll do your electrical system. We'll do any exterior gear. Let me tell you, girl, when we first started this, there was a very big lack of information online of how to execute a van build. So our whole goal was to offer services along with our full build so that we can help people that are doing this for the first time and do it right and not have to fix it later on.
That's amazing. So did you start by building your own camper as well?
Yes, we did. It was a Ford 1991 Econoline van. It was a shaggin' wagon, and we went all over the country in it. And we used to dream of building in a Sprinter van, and now we've built probably 150 full van builds and in a wide array of different vans. So it's been quite the journey.
That is so inspiring for me to hear, especially being in the beginner end.
Absolutely.
So thank you so much.
Absolutely.
And can we peek inside this
take
van?
a look? Yeah.
Yes, let's go.
Come on, let's go. So this is Belaloo. After the Bear in the Jungle Book. Come on in, make yourself at home. So this is our summit layout. So this is one of our 5 layouts that we offer. It's actually our most popular layout that we offer because it comes with everything you need. And there's also not so many floor-to-ceiling structures in here. There's actually none at all.
It does feel very, very open. So point out to me a few highlights of this van.
Sure. So this is our iPad right here, and this is what is controlling all of, let me get that out of the way. This is what controls all of our lights. And then you also can monitor our power, our Starlink, our tanks, all that good stuff. And then up above, we have a microwave. We also do the 3-in-1 Brevels as well.
I love those, like an air fryer, oven,
exactly. Make some toast
microwave.
in the morning.
Awesome.
And then we have a portable induction cooktop. This is called the Air Hood. It's very low profile.
Very nice and thin. I always see the bulky ones on top, and this barely take any real space in the counter.
And it's pretty lightweight as well. You just plug it into the wall, and then when not in use, you can just store it away in one of the drawers. And then we have our soft shut cabinetry. It is a 4-stack of drawers. So we just store this away in one of the drawers. We have our little spice niche, tons of overhead storage, and then this is our kitchen sink, and we have an undermount gray water tank for this. So we have a 15-gallon gray water tank underneath the van. We have this table, so it's completely removable. It's on a Lagoon table mount. And then we also have our smart monitor on the wall for TV, which is really nice. We have the Starlinks, but this is our favorite spot in the van because we can remove this table. And then in all of the benches, there's gonna be hidden storage for you to store all of your extra like outdoor gear, clothing, all that good stuff. And then down below my feet is actually where our slide out toilet is on a 500-pound slide. So we have a Trolino portable toilet. So it has a jug for liquids and then a solids container that has biodegradable bags. So it's very environmentally friendly. We also have a hidden bench seat shower, which is in here. So you can just take off the cushions.
Can we see how that works?
Absolutely, you can. All you do is lift open the bench lid. This is our Tetravan shower curtain. So it has these little clips on it, if you can see.
Nice.
Right? And you take those, and can you see the points of contact on the ceiling?
Oh yeah, like right here.
You slide them in there.
Nice.
And it makes it a full enclosure. And
and it makes a larger shower.
Exactly.
Because this is like almost 2/3 of the van, and you don't ever get a shower this large.
Yeah, you have a lot more arm room, but then you stand actually in the bench.
As you all know, to wash your hair.
Exactly.
Females out there.
Right.
I got you.
And then this is our shower head. So what's cool about the Tetravan shower curtain is it actually has like an access hole in the back of it. You can slide the cord for your shower head through, and it still creates the enclosure, and you just hang it on the wall, just like that.
And then, sorry, we were using it earlier.
Yeah,
so
it's a living
the
van.
water. But this is our quick connect, and you just plug it into the side of the wall. And then we have our mixing valve down below. But I didn't tell you the best part of this.
Yes.
This whole dinette converts to be a second bed too. So we can sleep up to 4 people in here, which is really nice. So all you do is you put your cushion back on here.
I just noticed now with the reflection of the sun, the lips.
Exactly.
Okay.
And so all you do is the bench that I'm sitting on, there is a hinge on the lid of the bench, and you can just fold it forward and it meets those pleats.
Yeah.
You remove the table and leave an extra cushion, and then you can sleep.
Beautiful. Let's take a peek on that in the back.
See?
Yes.
Absolutely. Let's go take a look. This is our Owl Van storage box. We have a shovel up top, storage bags, and then on this door, we have the Owl Van's wheel and tire carrier. So you can get up to the top of the van. We have a rooftop deck along with our solar panels and our mounted Starlink. And we actually even have another ladder over on that side too.
And this, I'm assuming you can get backup gas?
Diesel and water.
Oh my God, that's
Exactly.
fantastic.
And then
everything you need as a spare.
Right, yes, absolutely. Never go without. So we have 920 amps of lithium batteries. We have a 3,000 watt inverter, and we also tap into the alternator. So the van is the house batteries will charge as we're driving. And then, so you can see how much storage space that we have in the center too. And we can also add D-rings if we want to mount things on the floor. And then on that side, we have a 25-gallon freshwater tank along with a water pump and a 5-gallon Bosch water heater. And then we have an exterior shower as well, so we're not confined just to the inside one. But this is where our exterior shower is. You just pull this out, and then we have a suction mount that can go up on the windows, so it will stay fixed on the window to take a shower.
What a dream. How much does a beauty like this go for?
So the layout on the interior starts at, for a Mercedes Sprinter 170 or any longer wheelbase van, it's going to start at $65,000. For a shorter wheelbase van, it's going to be $62,000. And then you get to choose your price point based on which van you purchase. So we build on Sprinters, Transits, and ProMasters. So personally, I got my Sprinter van custom from Mercedes, so it was $80,000. And then you can add whatever exterior pieces you want. So they all end up being a little bit different. All in, this van was a whopping $275,000. We ended up importing a bunch of lights from Europe. We have a huge suspension kit and wheel upgrades, but that's not average. Our average build total on a Mercedes van is probably about $160,000.
Now, we talked about this later, and I was very surprised that you mentioned to me you can do parts and pieces.
Yes.
So I can reach out to you and be like, I'm having a little trouble here, Marianne. I'm afraid of cutting this. I started and it's not what I expected.
Yeah.
Even though I have started doing that process, can then I partner with you and bring it over, and then you do the cut for me, insert the window that I see?
Yes, we always say consult with us first because there's a certain order of operations that things have to go in, right? So in order for us to do anything that involves cutting into the roof or the walls of the van, we have to make sure it's not already framed out and slated or have electrical wiring ran.
Yes.
So we always say consult with us first, and we'll make a game plan of what needs to be done first and where we come into play for that game plan, and then what you need to do after we play our part in order to successfully build out your camper van.
Awesome.
Yes.
Oh my goodness, thank you so much.
Thank
It was
you.
such a pleasure.
You're such a
meeting you.
ray of sunshine.
Oh, thank
I
you.
love
And
it.
you are very sweet.
Thank you.
Like,
You're so
I am
sweet.
looking forward.
Yay.
If I would like to just consult before I start my build, so this way, if I do decide to come to you, you already know where I am and like the order we plan to do. What do you charge for a consultation like that?
Free. We do complimentary consultations. We don't feel like we should charge for our knowledge. We're here to help every step of the way. We're not going to charge you $150 for a 45-minute consultation just to see if we're the right builders for you. That's just not who we are as people, and never who we're going to be as a company.
Marianne, I am just stoked that we met.
Yeah, me too.
I'm so glad for the opportunity to do this run over with you.
Absolutely.
And for all of you, because it's asking questions like this.
Yeah.
Then now I'm more at peace with a lot of parts of my build that I was very nervous. So if I don't feel ready for it, I know that I can drive up to Georgia and come find you guys.
Yeah, and you can come camp at our facility as well. We're Livermore Camper Vans located in Kennesaw,
for real?
Georgia. Yeah, we have water and electrical hookups. And if y'all have any questions, drop them in the comments. I'm going to look at this video and I'll be sure to answer them if you have any, okay?
Perfect.
And you know where to find me.
I do know.
Yes.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
I love it. Yes. Y'all have fun.
All right, everyone. This was just so cool. Let's continue to go around and see what kind of help and inspiration we can get here from our vendors. You have all different kinds of products in here. From oil for your vehicle. No way. massage, reflexology, stretching. Oh, hello! Nice to meet you. I'm Selena. What's your name?
Nice to meet you. I'm Anna Rose, co-owner of Flying Falcon Therapies.
Awesome. I did not expect to find massaging here.
Oh,
Tell us
yes.
what you guys doing, some prices, what are the options?
For
Do we
sure.
have to book? I'm curious now.
Yes. So this is our second year here at Peace, Love, and Vans, and we are here providing massage and stretches, custom therapeutic for all of the van lifers and van curious. So we are by appointment only for this weekend. We are almost sold out for today. This is Saturday. However, we do have a few nighttime slots available, as well as taking bookings into tomorrow. So if you want to come by, we have slots as little as 30 minutes for 70, we have 45 minutes for 100, or you can get a full hour of Zen for 120, and right here at Peace, Love, and Vans.
That's amazing because we spend these days, like, if you're visiting this festival, you're gonna notice that you get exhausted because there's so many opportunities. And if you're like me, I have FOMO, the phobia of missing out. So I have an entire schedule. I am trying to get workshops because I want to build my camper.
Yeah.
So I'm contacting vendors, just so much opportunity to learn. And man, this arm is exhausted of holding you all. So maybe I'll come back for an arm massage.
Come back for an arm massage.
Pleasure meeting you.
Nice
Thank you
meeting
so
you
much.
too.
Thank you for taking
Bye.
care of all of us visiting. Bye.
Bye.
Oh, the puppy love is friendly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hi, is he here or she? Oh my God, look at this color.
Puppy.
Yay. Hello. And you can always get all the puppy love besides everything else. I love it. So in this stand, you can actually get some fresh squeezed lemonade, and they have some pretty interesting tools to make that process all very bougie, very crafted, and very fast. Do we recommend it? Yes, thumbs up. All right, everyone, get some fresh squeezed lemonade with the cool tools. I want some of that to squeeze lemon at home. I saw this brand in quite other events, and I love this grill. I want to show you to y'all. They're called Defiance Tools. Well, hello there.
Hi there.
I'm Selena. Nice meeting you.
I'm Zoe. Nice to meet you.
Zoe, pleasure meeting you. I've seen you guys in other events, and I know all about your little grill.
Okay.
That is fantastic for tiny, small spaces like our camper vans. But I know you have so much more than that.
We do.
And this morning, I needed to have one of my neighbors helping me with pliers. And I do know about multi-tools by being a stage technician in my past. So walk us through the products and some of your most popular items.
So I'll start with our tool roll. And so it comes rolled up. So you can roll it up. A lot of people buy it for tools. We've also had people buy it as camp kitchen or toiletries or crafting.
Yeah, you can use for anything,
Yes, and
really.
all the sections Velcro on and off, so
Nice.
you can take a piece with you or you can reorganize it as you wish. Of course, we have our multi-tools. We've always had our multi-tools. So right now we're showing off our larboard. It comes with a holster as well.
Nice.
And then one of the more popular items these days are our folding camp knives. So it's a kitchen knife, but it is folding. Saves your hand, saves the blade. We're also featuring some solar lights. So they're solar chargeable as well as USB. The French press is one of our standby.
That is my top favorite.
Long-time favorites. So it's an all stainless French press. Has a built-in stainless filter. Hot water and grinds go in here. Let it brew for 4 to 5 minutes. Then press. You could add cream and sugar if you wanted to at that
And
point.
as you press, it comes to the top.
Yes.
the
So if there
liquid?
was, so if you
I see it filters through right here.
Yes. So the filter's here.
Uh-huh.
Hot water grinds there. So after you let it brew for 4 or 5 minutes, grinds stay at the bottom. Coffee comes to the top.
And you don't need to
then-
remove it. You just
No,
drink it like that.
And it's your mug.
Fantastic.
And then our grill, which you've mentioned.
This is what I was the most excited to show you all.
It's all stainless. We typically do charcoal in it, but you also could do wood. And it comes apart. So it folds nice and flat. Comes in a great carry bag. And then we also include a heat resistant
Look how thin, everyone.
blanket.
Like paper thin. And what is this that you also
this
include?
is a heat resistant fire blanket.
Oh,
So
fantastic.
It protects whatever surface you're cooking on, so you can put it on a picnic table or any table.
Oh, wow.
And
Can I put this on top of a plastic table?
You could. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay, now I'm even more interested.
Folds back together. And then if you wanted, it can support a grill too. So, a griddle. So if you want to do eggs or pancakes, the grill does support that as well.
Fantastic.
And you can find us at defiancetools.com.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Really
you.
appreciate it.
Thank
It's a
you.
pleasure meeting you.
You as well.
Boondock Company. It looks like a camper van built.
Hi.
Hello, how are you?
Good.
Nice meeting you. I'm Selena.
Hi, Alex.
Alex, pleasure meeting you. Boondock Van Company.
Boondock Van Company.
So let's adventure.
Let's.
I have a YouTube channel
Okay.
sharing
cool.
my adventures, but now I'm really getting into this. I am moving into my camper van, hopefully at the end of the year.
Oh, cool.
And I'm scouting. Is it safe to assume you're a builder?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
that could be very embarrassing on camera.
No.
And it caught my eye because this is my dream vehicle, a Ford Transit. Wait, can I guess? 148 wheelbase, not extended,
Not extended.
and high roof.
High roof, all-wheel drive. A little bit of a tire upgrade, so it's a little taller than normal.
Nice.
But yeah, you got it right on the money. Yeah.
Let me know. I'm gonna touch her to manifest.
Please.
So tell me about your company and what can you guys help people like me
Sure.
that are coming into van life and looking for a vehicle?
Yeah, so we're based out of Asheville, North Carolina. We've been in since 2020. We have about 60 full conversions under our belts, and then countless other services and everything. But we've primarily focused on full start to finish custom conversions of transits, ProMasters, Sprinters, the occasional school bus or ambulance, for instance.
Awesome, so
But
you can do anything.
we do anything.
So I'm assuming we bring the vehicle to you
Yes.
and you put the build in.
Yes, but we also offer a lot of service. We offer these upper cabinets for Sprinter vans where you can, these are cut to fit the 12 by 12 dimensions of the ribs of Sprinters. We obviously build them all to order.
To the size, to order.
And to size, yeah, we can change the size a little
Awesome.
bit.
And is it just for Sprinters or any other
At the
models?
moment, yeah, it's just for
Okay,
Sprinters.
good to know.
Yeah.
And can you give us a little tour
Yeah.
of what you got right here?
Well then, yeah.
I want to see what you did with this Ford Transit.
So this is my personal van. However, it represents Boondock Van Company. We have basically bamboo doors and countertops for everything.
Oh my goodness, this is amazing.
And then,
You
yeah.
guys, look at this finish. So talk me a little bit about the product itself and how it holds up.
It's super durable. So it's 3/4 bamboo. We sand it down and then finish it with this. This is just a polyurethane. But besides just being poly, bamboo is essentially much more durable than your standard plywood. It's a
Awesome.
lot more rot resistant, a lot more water resistant as it is. So this thing will be here long after we are, I think.
Yeah.
It's gonna outlive all of this.
Oh wow,
So-
the Murphy bed. Can you show us how
Yeah,
that works?
of course, yeah. So we have just 2 latches in the ceiling. It locks into place so you drive like this all the time. We've got bench seating back here, bunch of extra storage. Then when it's sleep time, you just pull these down, you lock into place. I don't have the middle mattress here
Yeah,
with
but
me,
then something goes in the middle.
big one goes in the middle, yeah, and then
Pretty
it
cool.
sleeps 6'5" side to side. And then it's a queen, so 60 inches in this direction, so.
Awesome. Do you also deal with the electrical and
do.
plumbing, anything like that?
Absolutely, yeah.
What kind of electrical you have in this van? Let's go down the elevator.
Okay.
Come, press the button,
Okay,
ready?
okay.
Go.
Very good, very good.
Hey, you guys, this is all impromptu, okay? We haven't planned any of this. We literally just met, but that's how it goes at the event.
Our electrical system, in this one at least, it's all housed in this bed box cabinet that our Murphy bed hinges on. And it has 560 amp hours of lithium in here. It's a 12 volt system. We've got a 3000 watt inverter, 300 watts of solar on the roof. Actually have a really huge alternator charger that charges 125 amps at a time. So I can refill these batteries in like 45 minutes of drive.
What's the price of this one you have in display?
I put it around for just the build and the materials, not the van itself.
Yes,
around
correct.
$55,000 to $60,000.
And this, it already feels like an upgrade to me. So is there a bottom level where you start, like this is the basic amount, and what am I gonna get with that basic?
Sure. So basic amount, kind of start around the 40 to 45,000 range. We've done a few a little cheaper, but that's kind of where we're at right now. And in that range, you'll get a smaller power system, typically around 200 amp hours of lithium. Kitchenette, so we'll give you a water system, typically on the slightly smaller side, but maybe a 15 gallon or something like that.
Okay.
Won't be any hot water. You'll have a heater more than likely. Probably won't have an AC.
Okay, so that's an entry level example.
Yeah, and we'll give you the bed, the cabinets, more than likely,
Awesome.
and just some pre-finished materials to save on space.
Awesome. And where can people find you to discuss those builds?
So we're at boondockvanco.com. We're based out of Asheville, North Carolina. You can look us up, give us a call, send us an email. Just
Awesome.
reach out. Yeah.
Awesome. And thank you all for coming in our elevator ride.
Yeah, thank
Very
you so much.
impromptu. Thank you. Bye. Nice meeting you.
No way, everyone. So I just met, let me see if I remember, One Beer Joe.
Yeah. How are you,
How are
dear?
you doing?
Good to see ya.
We had s'mores, but we actually,
night.
tell them what we did.
Oh, well, we
What
had,
did I provide you all with?
She brought brie cheese and she had all kinds of fun
We
stuff.
made
Like
savory s'mores if y'all
Right.
have never had.
adult cheese savory s'mores.
Yeah.
They were phenomenal.
So whenever you come to Peace, Love, and Vans, bring a container of brie cheese, prosciutto, nice crackers, and that's your savory s'mores for the s'more night.
Oh, yeah,
And
that
it was
was-
a hit, right?
Oh, it was. It was a big hit. I was so glad I got to meet you there too.
I can't believe I just see you here because I just passed by the tie-dye tent.
Right, well.
And he told me on the s'mores night that Fridays is tie-dye day. He was dressed on tie. Oh, here it is.
There it is. There's
Where's
me.
one, dear
Dear
Joe?
Joe.
Tie-dye
Tie-dye
means
means
it's
it's
Friday.
Friday.
I love this.
Yes,
Can you give us a,
Sure.
now I want a tour.
All right.
Oh, wow, how cool. Let us look at this shower. What did you get?
I got, this is a custom built shower. They built it just the size that I needed. I normally have the toilet in the back of the van.
So that toilet can move outside. And what kind of toilet you got? Because we all get curious about that.
That's a Laveo dry flush. So it's kind of like a diaper genie or a pet genie if you're familiar with
Is
any
it one
of
of those that kind of twist your
It
waist?
does. It does. You use it.
And you have to put the cartridges of that. Tell me about that, because if y'all have never heard of that, I've seen this, but I'm concerned about the cost of refilling those
Well,
cartridges.
That's one of the things that I don't like about it, because when you're in it full time like me, if you were using your van and you were only in it for a couple weeks at a time, it's not a big expense. But if you're in it every day like I am, day in and day out, it becomes rather expensive.
Yeah.
So I've converted mine so that it uses like a grocery bag from Publix or something like that. I use a couple bags.
Really?
And then I use it, and it's a one-time use, and then I dispose of that.
Okay.
Just like you would dog waste.
Quite interesting.
Then towards the back here, I have kind of what I refer to as a garage area. You can kind of see this back here. I'll step out. So
Oh,
I've got-
nice.
so I've got a little bit of
Oh my God, you can fit like a closet.
Yep, yep. And I've got, tools that you might need on the road.
So y'all, that is why you have to be here. You have to be touring and asking these questions and building these friendships. Because as you saw, like trying to show you all about this event, I already bumped into so many people I met,
Yep.
and I'm so glad that we're here at the
Oh,
same
yeah.
time. Yeah.
Absolutely. Glad to see you here.
Glad to see you, Joe.
All
have a
right.
great day.
Take care.
Hope you have one beer today. One at a time, please. You lose track of time, and they just announced they're about to do the raffles, and I realized I haven't put my raffle in the bucket. There's still 15 minutes. Let's see if I get lucky. So here at the Van Life Pavilion is where you will come to get the information about the events, to get some contacts in this community board and check it out. because we are in there. And I think we made it to the raffle. Yes! The raffle's still here. I'm gonna show you all what the options are. Maybe you help me pick and choose and give me some good luck. So it's hard to choose, but I'm definitely going for the AC Dream. Wish me good luck. And the next one, let's see, this is a difficult choice. I think the Smart Way is the item I really know I want. And after my conversations at Van Life Outfitters, thank you so much for the education on the things to lit. Oh, and it is from Van Life Outfitters, talking about them. So yes, let's insulate this baby and get some AC in it.
Raffle!
Woo!
As I said earlier, what a time to be alive! The first lucky winner is 966317. Yeah. Cool. Little Jeopardy sound. The winner is 675143.
Change. Throw it.
You cannot miss looking at the schedule of the different bands that will be playing here. And as you can see, a lot of people and doggies hanging out and having some fun in between all the research, workshops, everything you can do. I am fascinated with how well this event is planned and organized. And if you're like me, the only problem is that you're gonna have to leave with FOMO because there's so much to do and you kind of have to organize yourself to catch a little bit of it all. And if you cannot be here in person like me, make sure you grab a live video of the concerts, workshops. You're probably watching me on the workshop breaks. I hope you're learning and enjoying your experience from home, but also making your plan to be here and enjoy what this experience is. This is much more than research, than products and brands. Again, as you just saw in real time as we were walking around, this is a community. Break in between your workshops, and I'll see you next time. I hope you get to go and check this out. Let's adventure. I'll be taking into some trips and adventures around all the states. I've been exploring national parks and now transitioning into my van build. So if you're curious to see, can I handle a van build? Yes, subscribe. This is not only for
support. We don't build vans, we help you build yours. Van Life Outfitters is owned and operated by actual van lifers who've been building out and traveling in vans for over 30 years combined. Our mission has always been to empower and educate aspiring van builders on the best methods, systems, processes, and products. Pursuing this mission means providing the industry's best customer and technical support on all the products you buy from our store. Also, everything. We only sell the best products in each category to help you choose what's best for your build. If we wouldn't install it into our van, it's not in our store. Since 2016, we've been providing free resources such as blog posts, videos, and example wiring diagrams. We also have a free directory full of professional van builders and a calendar of van life events in your area. Basically, we're just a bunch of van nerds who are here to help others build the van of their dreams. Visit vanlifeoutfitters.com to start your van build adventure today.
Live Wildly is all about connecting people to nature. The best way to fall in love with a place is to get out there and experience it for yourself. From paddling, snorkeling, fishing, camping, hiking, biking, hunting, and van lifing, there's a million ways to get out and explore what makes Florida, Florida. In May of 2024, Live Wildly launched the Pledge to Protect Wild Florida. For every person who signs, Live Wildly donates $1 toward conservation. So far, that's over 11,000 people and $11,000 toward making sure all of this sticks around for a while. we partnered with JJ Gray to inspire support for protecting Florida's wild places.
Hey y'all, I'm JJ Gray. Grew up here in Florida, lived here all my life, surfing, hunting, fishing. Thankfully, my grandfather instilled in me a love for this place when I was a young. He used to take me places he grew up at, way out in the cut. And I think that's what inspired and influenced all the music, is just the natural beauty of growing up here in Florida. More than 1,200 people move here every day. And if we're not careful, we could lose these places that inspire and these places of beauty. That's why I've partnered up with Live Wildly to make sure that the Florida we love and are inspired by is still around for the generations to come. Join me and Live Wildly in doing all we can to protect wild Florida.
So, what can you do to live wildly? The first step is to get out there and experience wild Florida for yourself. Pick a trail, take a trip, and connect with Florida's wild side. Check out livewildly.com to find your next adventure and to join the movement to protect wild Florida.
Join your van life tribe at Colorado's largest community van gathering. Expect hundreds of vans coming together for this one-of-a-kind weekend at the beautiful Hummingbird Ranch in Spanish Peaks country. Meet other van lifers. Tour hundreds of vans. Enter your van into our DIY build contest. Jam to incredible live music. Learn and be inspired at our workshops. Enter our sweepstakes for your chance to win amazing prizes. Cool off in the stream that runs through the ranch. Hang out in the leafy lounge and enjoy a frozen margarita. The festival also features an extensive expo area with the industry's leading companies showing off their rigs and products, plus tons of delicious food trucks. Camping and day pass tickets are available now at peacelovevans.com. Don't miss it, June 12th through 15th, 2026. Great vibes, sweet rides, and epic community.
Hey everybody, Terry Minix with Embassy RV, co-founder and vice president of the company. We've got 40 years of evolution here on building vehicles and RV.
Our builds feature no wood, no propane, no black tanks, and innovative products and technology to provide you an unparalleled travel experience.
Everybody, Jared Amber, sales manager here at Embassy RV. I'm very proud, very fortunate, very excited to be working for a company that is all about innovation. It's all about evolution, whether that be in our Cape Cod series, whether that be in our Dolphin series. If you want to learn more, check us out on our website. Check out our socials, Facebook, Instagram. Come see us at a rally. Come visit us here at the factory. Come take a tour with us. We'd love to see you. We'd love to hear from you. We look forward to hearing from you soon.
Hope you enjoyed the preview, everybody. We're going to always put out more content. You can go to our website and see that. Love to see you at one of the rallies that we'll put on the website, or come here and visit Embassy RV and do a factory tour. That's a great way to see the depth of what we do. See you soon.
My name is Sasha and my company is called La Volta. I'm based in the Netherlands and I work mostly on small off-grid electric systems, mostly in campers and sometimes boats. I started my company officially a year and a half ago. I saw a picture of someone, she posted a picture of her system in her camper that was installed by the car garage. And she was looking for someone to have a look at it because she was not sure if it was done correctly. Yeah, and it was a big mess and she happened to live very nearby. So she asked me to help to improve her system. And yeah, then I realized that I actually really liked to work with electrics. So a year later, I started my own business. I really enjoy to install electrics, but I also have to do bookkeeping and updating my stocks and a lot of communication with the clients. So that's why I decided to collaborate with the camper builder. So I work 2 days a week at a camper builder, which I really enjoy. It's a really nice team. And the rest of the days I can spend on my own jobs. And my own jobs, they are a little bit more variety in the kind of systems that I install. Most of the people that ask me for help are people that are building their own camper van. So they're looking for help to design a system that suits what they want and also to install it. I really enjoy to teach people new skills. And some of my customers already have quite a lot of experience in building or technical background. And for some people, it's the first time they hold an electric drill. But in either case, they learn something during the day. They know how their system is installed, where all the cables go. And also they can decide where they want to have their USB outlets or their lights, for example. When a client comes to me for help, I usually send them a questionnaire, first to get an idea of how they want to use their van. Some people, they want to have it as a stationary base and want to stay for a long time off-grid. Some people only use it to go away for the weekend to a campsite, for example. And then second, I'm asking what do they want in their system. So do they want solar panels? Do they want, what kind of battery do they want? And so on. If they already know it, and if not, I can give them advice on it. And also how they will use the electricity. So if they want to, some people only want to charge a phone, have some lights and maybe a fridge. And some people want to cook on induction and have an electric kettle. Usually, because the installation of electrics is a little bit in between the building process, because you want your cables to go behind the walls and the ceiling. So often we make one appointment to pull the cables and install the base of the system. And then sometimes people install the lights and so on themselves, and some people, they make a second appointment to finish the system. I decided to work mostly with Victron products because of the quality and the durability. Yeah, it's reliable equipment. Actually, I often also see Victron appliances that were in a camper already and they have been there for 10 or 20 years and they still work fine. So I think that's a big benefit of using Victron. And I think also Victron has a few features that are very beneficial. So for example, the solar charge controllers. In the Victron Connect app, you can see the history of the solar panels. And I oftentimes use this for problem solving. So if a client comes to me with a problem in their system, I first ask if they have a Victron solar charge controller and if they can send me a screenshot of the history. And this is really useful information for me to see how the system is doing and what is happening. So sometimes I can already find a problem in there in this kind of information. I also often use the remote switching. I think this is something that Victron has and I don't see in a lot of other brands. It's a small feature and it sounds very simple, but with the remote switching, for example, in smaller systems, I use a battery protect to switch the system on and off. Well, I really want to really enjoy this work, so I think in 5 years' time I will still be doing this work. Me and my partner are planning to move to Spain, where you have more off-grid houses. So I am planning to learn more about larger off-grid systems. But I really enjoy the work, so I think I'll still be doing this in 5 years' time. My tip for other Victron installers is to keep learning. So Victron has online a lot of resources to learn about all the different products and system design, and you can also learn a lot from other installers, how other people install a system and how they do it. And also actually I learn a lot from people having problems, so I can identify the most common problems and also what people are asking for. So yeah, so my advice is to keep learning and keep your knowledge updated.
Hey there, my name is Zach, and I'm a van lifer. I'm thrilled to introduce a brand new nonprofit organization for van lifers, by van lifers, called Together We Van. Our mission is to support, educate, inspire, build community who live in or travel in camper vans, RVs, and other nomadic means through a wide variety of resources, support programs, training, and community events, as well as to advocate for this community at the local, state, and national level. Since we're brand new, we would love to get your thoughts on what our work should focus on. Please take a few moments to share your ideas at togetherwevan.org/survey. As van life becomes increasingly popular, we're all facing increasing challenges, finding suitable overnight camping, and making sure that we're good neighbors in the communities in which we're nomading. We'd like to see public spaces be public again. It seems to us that there is a lot of unnecessary fear of van lifers that results in prejudices, including those related to where we can camp. We believe if people understood who we are as humans, our stories, our diversity, this would be erased and would be beneficial to everyone. Another idea that we have is to educate the nomadic community on their legal rights dwelling in mobile homes. Law enforcement often abuses their authority to intimidate our community with vague and misleading statements that can misrepresent the actual law. Knowing your rights empowers you against these abuses and reinforces those rights. In addition, local laws vary wildly between locations, and we would like to create an easy-to-use resource library of reliable legal information on nomadic living. We also hope to create a legal defense team to represent members of our community when necessary. Ultimately, we hope to mobilize our van life community to help make this stuff happen while behaving in a way that shows, that really demonstrates that we're not scary at all. I would encourage you to check out our initial website at togetherwevan.org and feel free to reach out to us through the site if you'd like to get involved. Together, we van. It's been a long day of adventure, but you found an awesome place to camp. It isn't super level, but there aren't any other spots. So you get out the old leveling blocks, and the nightmare begins. In addition to being bulky and taking up a ton of space, you have a, well, complicated relationship with these things. Then, you have to set them up into complicated pyramids that are lined up perfectly with your wheel. You end up using an entire bag of these blocks just to raise your tire up a couple inches. And then, you need to drive your 10,000-pound van onto this pyramid of plastic. And that requires you to hit the accelerator while simultaneously stomping on the brakes. So most of the time, you drive right off the top of the high point of the pyramid. After all, you're going by feel, and you can't see the blocks. And you have to get your tires centered perfectly in this 6-inch space at the top of this pyramid. And every time you do this dance, and you slide off or go too far, you have to get out of the van and rebuild this stupid pyramid. Eventually, you finally get to the top, positioned just right. You put the van in park, and the thing slips off. And here's the best part. Since the ground isn't level to begin with, the whole thing is wobbling and shaking and cracking. And now, the blocks won't even stack anymore, and you can't get them back into their bulky carrying case. But now, there is a better way, my friends. A bit of smart engineering from Germany, and now available in North America. The Flatjack. It's like a heavy-duty blow-up pillow for your wheels. It stores flat, so it takes up hardly any space, and can inflate your wheel up to 4.75 inches quickly and easily with either a hand pump or an air compressor. Simply put the Flatjack in front of the wheel that you're leveling and roll onto the flat surface. Now you can inflate the Flatjack to the desired height with total control and ease. It inflates in minutes and deflates in seconds, and stores away just about anywhere and takes up virtually no space. So if you're tired of fighting with leveling blocks, check out the Flatjack, now available at vanlifeoutfitters.com.
Hey guys, welcome in to Frida Van Co. Welcome to Frida Van Co, our home in sunny Jacksonville, Florida. We are without a doubt one of the nation's largest van builders who concentrate on upfitting your Sprinter, your Transit, Class B RVs, some Class C RVs, as well as helping you get all the parts and pieces that you need. If you're looking to get something done, you can reach out to us at fridavanco.com/contact. That's going to be the easiest way to get into the system. We use all of the best products in the industry, from Switch Pros, Rome Built, Owl Vans, Van Compass, everything that we have personally tested while we're out on the road, while we're off-road, using the stuff. That way we can be educated when we talk to you guys and girls about what we recommend and why we recommend it and how to use it. Now, whether you're going from a simple build where you're just going to throw a bed in the back and put a Dometic fridge and maybe an EcoFlow power kit, all the way up to full Victron power systems, Adventure Wagon interior kits, AMF run smart floors, flare space flares, all that stuff, we can do it. We were the first Adventure Wagon installer on the East Coast, as well as flare space and AMF runs. About 7 or 8 years ago, we actually got that. So we've been doing this for a long time. We've got a lot of experience. Recently, in the last couple years, we've concentrated a lot on the RV industry, the Class Bs and the small Class Cs. While you're here getting your van worked on, you can hang out in our waiting area or peruse our showroom. We have all the stuff that we love to use that we've actually put into motion, that we can actually tell you why and how it works. We do sell a lot of stuff from a lot of people, but we don't sell everything from everyone because we want to make sure we can stand behind everything that we sell or put on your van. If you're a van builder, we have a wholesale program that will allow you to get all the parts and pieces that you need in order to build vans for your customers and make it a lot easier to do a one-stop shop. By all means, come down to Jacksonville, Florida, Frida Van Co, your East Coast source for everything van related, as well as off-road and really just adventure. We look forward to seeing you guys come by and hang out, and thanks for letting us help you upgrade your adventure.
Hi there guys, Justin with Moxy Van Co. I'm going to show you guys one of our latest builds that we're just now completing. It's a 2024 Mercedes Sprinter all-wheel drive. So at Moxy we do custom builds, and we also have some spec builds. So we kind of do it all. We do a lot of service work, add-ons, window installations, any kind of installation, repair work for electrical system, repair work for just about anything. This here is one of our full custom builds that we've done. Here in the entry door, this is our kitchen galley that's right here. We have a isotherm 85 fridge. You can get these at Van Life Outfitters. All the cabinetry in this is Baltic birch. We have a really high grade laminate that's on this Baltic birch. It's a thicker laminate, so it's a little bit more durable. On the seat here, this is a Broad Arrow Components bifold 2-person bench seat. The seat base is a Limitless Van swivel seat base, so this 2-person bench seat swivels forward, so they're forward facing when you have 2 passengers here in the back, and you can swivel it to the side when you're at your campsite and want to hang out, which we really enjoy because that opens up this walkway between the kitchen galley and the bench seat. We do have a Sprinter Lagoon table mount. We have a Webasto Evo 40 heater under the passenger seat. This wall here, we have a Broad Arrow Components window that has the built-in screens and blinds, an awning style window. Reading light over here has built-in USBs in the bottom. The upper cabinets, we have a microwave, under cabinet lighting. You can see we have Blum hardware on these cabinets, push button locks, so they stay nice and shut and tight. Actually, show you guys this. This is a Go Code Overland Sprinter B pillar replacement blobs they have. This is their the speaker system ones that we added some Memphis car audio speakers to it. We have them in the rear doors as well. These are Bluetooth, so we have a driver in the electrical box, so you can Bluetooth your music when you're camping out from your phone. It does not pull from the van battery. We put the fabric on them. They come just as ABS plastic, and you can choose to cover them or not. We usually cover them with a fabric. In this case, we use this gray stretchy fabric that we use. I can show you guys our ceiling. This is all maple hardwood ceiling that we've added to this van. And then over here we have our power system, the GH Touch 70 screen from Victron Energy, and our Webasto Evo 40 digital thermostat here up above it. We have our lighting that's on dimmer switches here. This is an exterior light that illuminates when you turn it on. And these are under cabinet lighting and main lighting that's on the dimmer switches. Back to the kitchen galley, we have a Rivati sink on this side and an induction cooktop on this side. And just some power system stuff on the front. The 110 outlets with GFCI and USB and 12 volt outlets on the front of this kitchen galley. Water pump switches and water heater switch as well. This is another Tectonic Overland, our component company bed system. This is a bed platform that we use for the Transits and for the Sprinters. This is an all aluminum, laser cut, powder coated, super lightweight, but also really sturdy the way it's designed. We have a 2-panel and a 3-panel, so depending on the bed setup, whether you're sleeping side to side or lengthwise in the van. This is a side to side because we have van speed capsules that allow the sleeping side to side. We do not have the mattress in this van, so you can actually see the bed platform itself, but we have a custom mattress made for this as well. And yeah, it's a great lightweight bed system, and in this case it is attached to the Baltic birch cabinetry below, which we'll show you from the back here in a minute. And this is just a floor to ceiling cabinet. In this setup it kind of has to stay slender, but it still can hold a lot. And we have a drawer here. All our drawers are on soft close hinges. Push button. And below here we don't have the toilet in there, but there's actually a dry flush toilet that goes in that compartment down there. Up here is the 12 volt air conditioner, so it runs off the DC power, the batteries. This is the Velit brand of air conditioner. So great air conditioner for this van, which we'll show you the power system in in a minute for this. So we'll start with the electrical side. Again, we have some power outlet features, the 110 volt USB and 12 volt accessory outlets here. This is for a garage light that we have yet to install. This van's not 100% finished and ready to go to the customer yet. This button is for the Memphis car audio system to shut it off and on. So we have the doors off here to show you this system. This is the Victron Energy system, which you can purchase from Van Life Outfitters. They sell all these products. We start from 200 amp hour lithium battery, and we can build it up, you know, from there. It's still utilizing all the same components, how we have it linked together. And you know, in this case, kind of walk you guys through it. We have a 50 amp Orion DC to DC charger, smart solar charge controller for the solar. This van has 600 amp hours of Victron Energy batteries. Servo GX, which is kind of the brains of the system that, you know, links to the touchscreen and links everything together. This is the Memphis car audio system here. That's the Bluetooth to your phone. The Victron MultiPlus 3000 inverter charger. Some breakers, fuse block, and all the workings. This van does not have the secondary alternator set up. The customer didn't want to go that route, but it can be added. So they may come back to us and want that. It has the 12 volt air conditioner, so if they want that fast charging for when the van is on, that is a very great addition for a system like this. This side, it's not finished, but I can open it up for you guys. Out here we have an Aquor. This is actually the water fill. It has a quick twist lock, and you can fill the tank there. This is actually a shower attachment, so it twists in there, and that's also your mixing valve for the hot and cold water. And that's just a water pump switch. This cabinet, you can kind of see the workings of it. Starting, we have not finished it. The water heater has yet to be added. The water tank is in there, and some of the early plumbing lines and water pump. We still have some ways to go on this one before we're ready to deliver it to the customer. In this case, this is actually getting a 12 volt Whale 3-gallon water heater. There's also the Isotemp brand that we use. And just depending, we have another van we're working on right now that has a Rixon system that we're putting in. That customer takes a lot of showers and they need on-demand hot water in it. Takes up more space, but there's different water systems that we do. Because we're custom, in our custom builds, we have to we like to talk with the customer and see how they're going to use their van, and then we can kind of determine space and what components we can fit in that setup.
Hey there, we're Van Life Outfitters, and we're the nation's most trusted van life experts, providing unmatched customer support. We don't build vans, we help you build yours. Van Life Outfitters is owned and operated by actual van lifers who've been building out and traveling in vans for over 30 years combined. Our mission has always been to empower and educate aspiring van builders on the best methods, systems, processes, and products. Pursuing this mission means providing the industry's best customer and technical support on all the products you buy from our store. Also, we don't try to sell everything. We only sell the best products in each category to help you choose what's best for your build. If we wouldn't install it into our van, it's not in our store. Since 2016, we've been providing free resources such as blog posts, videos, and example wiring diagrams. We also have a free directory full of professional van builders and a calendar of van life events in your area. Basically, we're just a bunch of van nerds who are here to help others build the van of their dreams. Visit vanlifeoutfitters.com to start your van build adventure today.
Live Wildly is all about connecting people to nature. The best way to fall in love with a place is to get out there and experience it for yourself. From paddling, snorkeling, fishing, camping, hiking, biking, hunting, and van lifing, there's a million ways to get out and explore what makes Florida, Florida. In May of 2024, Live Wildly launched the Pledge to Protect Wild Florida. For every person who signs, Live Wildly donates $1 toward conservation. So far, that's over 11,000 people and $11,000 toward making sure all of this sticks around for a while. We partnered with JJ Gray to inspire support for protecting Florida's wild places.
Hey y'all, I'm JJ Gray. Grew up here in Florida, lived here all my life, surfing, hunting, fishing. Thankfully, my grandfather instilled in me a love for this place when I was a young. He used to take me places he grew up at, way out in the cut. And I think that's what inspired and influenced all the music, is just the natural beauty of growing up here in Florida. More than 1,200 people move here every day. And if we're not careful, we could lose these places that inspire and these places of beauty. That's why I've partnered up with Live Wildly to make sure that the Florida we love and are inspired by is still around for the generations to come. Join me and Live Wildly in doing all we can to protect wild Florida.
So, what can you do to live wildly? The first step is to get out there and experience wild Florida for yourself. Pick a trail, take a trip, and connect with Florida's wild side. Check out livewildly.com to find your next adventure and to join the movement to protect wild Florida.
Join your van life tribe at Colorado's largest community van gathering this June. We expect hundreds of vans coming together for this one-of-a-kind weekend at the beautiful Hummingbird Ranch in Spanish Peaks country. Meet other van lifers. Tour hundreds of vans, enter your van into our DIY build contest, jam to incredible live music, learn and be inspired at our workshops, enter our sweepstakes for your chance to win amazing prizes, cool off in the stream that runs through the ranch, hang out in the leafy lounge, and enjoy a frozen margarita. The festival also features an extensive expo area with the industry's leading companies showing off their rigs and products, plus tons of delicious food trucks. Camping and day pass tickets are available now at peacelovevans.com. Don't miss it, June 12th through 15th, 2026. Great vibes, sweet rides, and epic community.
Hey everybody, Terry Minix with Embassy RV, co-founder and vice president of the company. We've got 40 years of evolution here on building vehicles and RV.
no wood, no propane, no black tanks, and innovative products and technology to provide you an unparalleled travel experience.
Everybody, Jared Amber, sales manager here at Embassy RV. I'm very proud, very fortunate, very excited to be working for a company that is all about innovation. It's all about evolution, whether that be in our Cape Cod series, whether that be in our Dolphin series. If you want to learn more, check us out on our website. Check out our socials, Facebook, Instagram. Come see us at a rally. Come visit us here at the factory. Come take a tour with us. We'd love to see you. We'd love to hear from you. We look forward to hearing from you soon.
Hope you enjoyed the preview, everybody. We're going to always put out more content. You can go to our website and see that. Love to see you at one of the rallies that we'll put on the website, or come here and visit Embassy RV and do a factory tour. That's a great way to see the depth of what we do. See you soon.
My name is Sasha and my company is called La Volta. I'm based in the Netherlands and I work mostly on small off-grid electric systems, mostly in campers.
The expert on safety and security, and is a van lifer. So he knows a lot about both. And without further ado, I'm going to introduce Bobby Diaz.
Thank you, everyone. Just want to make sure that you hear me, okay? No.
You guys speak into the microphone.
Okay, I thought I was mic'd.
Oh, no, that's for the camera.
Okay. How about this? Okay, I'm the guy with the Spanish accent. So if I say things that sounds like a different language, I can repeat it. Just let me know, okay? Little bit about us. We've been nomads for about, this is our third or fourth year. They run together. The last 4 months, we did 12,000 miles. And we are full-timers. We sold the cabin, everything. One of the most important lessons that I learned is always to stay alert. And I don't want to be your teacher today because I have 50 teachers in front of me. So what I would like to do is tell you a little bit about how I keep safe, because this involves everybody here. Either you know, you can be a weekender warrior, or you can be a nomad like we are. But the learning that you can get from me is this little if we put everybody together. So I'm just going to start more or less a little bit about me, about us, how we keep ourselves safe, and then I'm just going to open it up and I'm going to ask you for you to participate. Is that okay? Yep. Cool. So the strongest weapon that we have is not what you think it is, okay? And I know I've seen people that have an armory in the van and this and that. Look, the strongest weapon that you have, and the one that is going to keep you safe, is your mind, your mindset. We have been, I always make fun, this last trip, we were somewhere in Montana. And over there you have rec.gov, it's amazing. You stay overnight for $7. So no reservations, you just park, fill the envelope, and you're in. So as we go to drop the envelope with the money, we see a wanted for murder sign. I have pictures. So that kind of, we looked at each other and we go like, really? I couldn't sleep. And there have been times that I've been at a Walmart or a Cracker Barrel, and you know, my sleep is very light. Contrary to, I'm just going to give you something counterproductive, okay? Having weapons is not going to keep you safe. If anything, it's going to get you in more trouble. Okay, I'm not against them. Okay, as a matter of fact, I'm a state firearm instructor for all 50 states, and for many, many years, I taught law enforcement, FBI's, everybody else. I'm not against them, but your mindset is what is going to keep you safety. Because most of the time that you use a firearm, the process behind you is going to be 6 months and it's going to be very, very expensive. We don't want that. We want you to be safe and we want you to go to your next destination as quickly as possible. So I want to stay away from that mindset. They're tools, okay? But I want to stay away from that mindset and learn from you what has kept you safe. Do you know that there are Walmarts that you can't stay? And same Cracker Barrels? Okay. Where else do you find, anybody here boondocking? Strictly boondocking. I did it, I'm proud. I did it for a long time. What were the markers that you were looking for to determine if a place was safe or not? First of all, location. Number two will be probably like that you leveled, right? Nobody wants to, well, if you had the bougie van that you press the button and you have the levelers, but most of us don't. Most of us flat jacks. And try to use a flat jack in a Cracker Barrel, it's not too good, you know, it doesn't look good. So can anybody here share your view on a situation that you were able to successfully stay safe? Please. Wait. Yes! Come on, get up. It's a great morning. Oh, yes. Hallelujah. Come on. I'll sing to you. I will sing to you. Ay, bendito, en español también. Bueno.
Hi, guys. So, anyway, this is my first time coming into an event, and yesterday was my first night sleeping on my back.
Yeah!
So, I don't know if what I have to share is going to help you guys, but it's so simple. I planify, I check for a Planet Fitness, to take a shower before I go to bed, and then I look for an ER. My van is mid-size, is small. I was supposed to get a big rig, but I rather not because I'm too visual. I'm gonna be hopefully the first female solo traveler from Colombia, doing all United States continuously. So it's kind of scary. Thank you. And sorry if I get emotional.
It's okay.
It's not easy. You know, we are raised with so many fears, especially Latin women. And it's, for me, I'm so proud that I slept for the first time. And that was my recommendation. We are fighting for whoever can do that. Thank you.
What's your name?
Maria Victoria.
Maria Victoria, thank you. I appreciate your input and your kindness. While she was talking, something came to mind, and I heard like a year ago, welcome to the first van, this is my fourth. A little while ago, I heard somebody say, well, you shouldn't use bear spray. If you go to the West, buy bear spray, okay? It's cheaper here than over there. Like $30, $50. So somebody said to me, yeah, you shouldn't use bear spray on people because then they sue you. So I just want to establish some mindset best practices, because I think that if you have to worry about getting sued because you use bear spray, don't go van. This is not your life, okay? Your life is number one, okay? Good point. ER, where's the police? Oh, those are really, really good points. I don't do it, sorry. But you know what? I travel with a nurse, and I am a trained doula. I should know that. Actually, not the doula that you think. You know, everybody thinks birth doula. No, that's not me. I am a death doula, end-of-life doula. So thank you for bringing the medical establishment. And just to ease you, it doesn't matter if you're a Latin woman or if you are two guys traveling, safety is safety. And there's no difference. There's no difference. All of the safety meetings should not be gender basis. All of us, we're all one tribe. So going back to the bear spray, if you are in a self-defense situation, use whatever you got, okay? In most states, that is acceptable, and there's no legal, let me put this in legal terminology from my firearm trainings. If somebody is committing a felony against you, the legal arm on the civil side does not kick in. Does that make sense? So if somebody is breaking into your van or your castle, okay, they're committing a felony, they can't use the civil law, okay? In most states, that kicks in. So a little bit, let's stay safe, let's stay alive. Anybody else, any hairy situation?
Just a question, you said bear spray, does that include pepper spray? Are they the same in your mind? Are they different? Okay.
Your name,
I'm
where
Michael.
are you from?
I'm Michael from West Palm Beach. Well, I was yelling at you before.
How long you been?
We've been 5 years, this is our third time here.
Okay.
You mentioned bear spray.
Yep.
And we also know something called pepper spray. Is
Yep.
there a difference? And tell me, are they equal when it comes to protection? Blah, blah, blah.
Okay, don't have the technical, so this is homework for you. Go Google it, okay? There are some sprays used, like mace, that do not have effect on animals, okay? So that, I don't have the technical, I wish I could answer your, I don't have the PhD, okay? However, it's a good assignment. Most law enforcement use a product called Sabre, S-A-B-R-E. You can get it on Amazon. Please order one at a time, because if you order two, they'll have to ship it hazmat and they'll decline the order. So you can only order it one at a time. It's about $14, $15. Bear spray is a bigger canister and it goes 30, 40 feet, okay? The components on the capsicum and all of those things, I do not know. However, I can guess if you spray bear spray on somebody, that person is going to be, and inhales it, that person is going to wish it was a bullet. Because the consequences are what you need. Bring down the threat, okay? Staying safe is number one. Anybody else? Please share. No, you have to meet me halfway. Thank you so much for being a good sport.
Good morning.
So, name, how long you been?
Kim Jones is my name. Ooh, that's
Hi, Kim.
weird in front of the. I spent 30 years living on a sailboat.
Wow.
In the Caribbean, and part of that was as a single woman. So there's a couple things that we learned doing that, and it definitely parlays into being in the van. I've been in the van now for the last 2 years, and the Florida Van Gathering Group, thank you guys for fostering me so much. Couple things. As a single woman, get yourself a pair of men's shoes and put them outside, like boots, put them outside of your van if you're worried about that. In the boat, we used to use wasp spray, which, by the way, is flammable. But it also shoots about 25 feet if ever you needed to keep someone away. And that is a pretty good way to do it. The other thing, assisted livings. There's a ton of them in Florida. There's in every state. If you go inside and tell them, I'm going to park here overnight, they have no problem with that. Most of them have a lack of security now. They've cut back on so many of the costs for these facilities. that they're happy to have somebody in the parking lot overnight keeping an eye on things. Hotels also. I have parked in multiple hotels. You just don't park right up front. You usually go to the back and you can park there, and you can actually go in and use their facilities in the morning. And if they're really friendly, they'll let you have breakfast. I can't think of anything else right now. For people who are camping by themselves, have 2 chairs. It looks like you've got someone with you. They assume that you've got backup. If somebody's casing you, which happens, if they see 2 chairs and 2 pairs of shoes, they're not going to bother you because they're outnumbered automatically.
Thank you. I think it's important for everybody here to know the difference between, the legal difference between a lethal weapon and a non-lethal weapon, okay? And the reason for that is that in all 50 states, if the weapon is non-lethal, you're good. If it is, then there might be a lot of legal consequences with that. For instance, a lethal weapon would be a baseball bat, simple as that. A knife, anything that basically can take your life away when used against somebody. A taser is considered non-lethal, okay? Pepper spray, non-lethal. So I wouldn't go with a taser into a military base because they have their own rules. So if you're in Key West and you want to stay at the Coast Guard, warning, common sense, mindset, okay? But you can carry things to defend yourself without the legal consequences. One little tidbit I have to, taser makes, I think it's called the pulse. The cops, the tasers that they carry is a 5-second shot. They zap you for 5 seconds, okay? The pulse is meant for you to use it. They go like 15 feet, but it zaps them for 30. So that might be a good alternative for you to Google it after the event show is over and see the prices and think, you know, consider it. Anybody else? Give me some, anybody has been in a, you know, we charge you double for, no, I'm already here.
Given your background with firearms and police and whatnot, once you have sprayed somebody with pepper spray or performed a non-lethal action, what is your next step? I mean, it's call the authorities, run away. What are good actions?
Good question. So you need to escalate, and I'm going to give you the escalation so you learn de-escalation. Is that okay? Okay. So once you use your non-lethal weapon, is your life still threatened? Yes, no. There are people that you can taser them and use the 30-second thing, and they're going to keep coming because somehow it just doesn't work. Ask any prison guard, they'll tell you that, okay? So the point is you need to be aware. You need to have the mindset, a tool bag, have a tool bag. And in the tool bag, you go the least lethal all the way up to your best choice of, okay? You need to remain safe. Is that an okay answer? I know I'm not telling you exactly because I feel that I serve you better if you use an escalation, and so you learn the de-escalation, and everybody's escalation point is going to be a little bit different. In the military, we have green, yellow, red, and somewhere in between is orange and whatever. So whatever works for you. And if you only have mace, you know, the best way to deal with that situation is get the heck out of there. Do not engage. You're not here to be, if you can get away, it's your duty to avoid the confrontation. It's not who's right or wrong. It's, I want to live tomorrow and I don't want to deal with you. So leave, get out of there. Thank you. Name and how long you been?
My name's Carol. I am a total newbie to RVing.
Welcome.
I have a van. Florida is deliberately not friendly to boondockers. They do not allow us to park on any public property.
Yep.
Are there areas or states that people have found are friendly to boondockers? Out west is what I know.
It's very unfortunate that the present governor has even allowed to sign decrees to restrict and ban boondocking. Oh, excuse me, overnight parking. Okay, and I don't know what overnight is because I can be over there until 11:59. Move the van at 12 midnight. And is that overnight? Nobody knows, but the cops keep coming. Okay, places that are very friendly: Montana, Wyoming, Seattle. Oregon is starting to put some restrictions, and because everybody there does it, okay? It's like overdone, okay? But the West is a lot friendlier than here, and legislation here at the capital level promotes no overnight parking. And at the end, it's your tax dollars. Join the nonprofit organization that they founded, so you have at least a voice and a vote and noise. You need to make noise. Anybody else, please? I want a juicy story for safety. Anybody has a juicy? There we go. You're next.
I don't have a juicy story, but I want to put a fine point on something you said.
Please.
Good morning, everyone. Dan from Chattanooga, anti-terrorism, counterterrorism background. Everything the presenter said is spot on, but predicated on some of the questions, I want to point out that whenever you're getting security advice, there are a lot of people out there that watch television and they pass on what they think is valuable. Always evaluate the source and the information you're getting from that person. Last year we heard don't use wasp spray. Now the question is on pepper spray. When your life is in jeopardy, and that's a word to remember, there's a legal construct to jeopardy. There are 4 components to it. If you feel that you are in a state of grievous bodily harm by an adversary, to include death, you or loved one, innocent other, 4 conditions must be present for jeopardy to exist. The adversary must demonstrate the first 3: ability, opportunity, and intent. Do they have the ability or the means by which to inflict grievous bodily harm upon you? A knife, a gun, a broken antenna off a Ford Transit, anything like that. That's the ability. Do they have the opportunity? So if the cameraman just pulled out a knife and started waving it at me, does he have the opportunity to commit grievous bodily harm upon me? No, because the courts have upheld the 21-foot rule. I have the opportunity to get away or move a reasonable distance away. Or if the person was in a wheelchair, yes, they have the opportunity, but they have the ability, they don't have the opportunity because you can outrun it in most cases. Maybe not me, a wheelchair. And 3 is the intent. Well, if the knife is held like this and they don't say, I'm going to kill you, actions in the absence of words convey intent. Okay, courts have upheld that. So ability, opportunity, intent. And then the 4th is on your part, preclusion. Do you have the opportunity to get away from the threat? Which is the #1 thing you should do, always separate yourself from the threat. Because distance, the U.S. Marine Corps came up with a theory for their combatants called left of bang. You should buy the book, read it. Safety and security, the best advice you can get is separate yourself from the threat as fast as you can, because you're going to have, sir, what we call an amygdala hijack. And you're going to have a chemical cocktail going on in your body, and it's going to take you seconds to come up from that valley of shock. That's where terrorists and criminals want to keep you. So they have the upper advantage. Time and distance are where they're going to keep you alive. Anyway, I don't mean to hijack you, sir, but I wanted to put a fine point on that. Also, I would go with, keep in mind too, I think Ma'am, you said that the wasp spray is flammable. Excellent. Just get a butane lighter and now you have a flamethrower.
I'm gonna hold you. Stay here for a second. Two things that come home to me. The 21-foot rule, the dueler, that's to clarify. When the police trains, they realize that they do this and they can land 2 shots within 2 seconds. So unholster, aim, and hit the center of mass within 2 seconds. So they measure, Dennis Tuller, I think is the one who did this. They measure, I think he was from the Seattle Police Department, 21 feet. An attacker can go from point A to point B in 2 seconds, 21 feet. Okay? So anything under 21 and under, you are in a self-defense situation if the person has a knife, has a deadly weapon. Okay? Level bang, in my past life, I taught Major League Baseball left to bang. Super book, great awareness, talk about mindset. Please buy it. It's a thin book. It will absolutely change your perspective in life. Now, he's good. So, do you have questions for him? Left of bang.
I want to introduce a good friend of mine, Dave, who's asked for the mic. So,
just a piggyback. I'm Dave Cuvatier. I'm a retired FBI agent, SWAT guy, all that good stuff, hostage negotiator. I'm good friends with Dan. He worked at the State Department. And I can tell you this, that when we're talking about the 20-foot rule, we actually train with that. So on the SWAT team, we would actually be in front of a paper target, 10, 15 feet away. Behind us were the other FBI SWAT operators. So one of us on the line shooting, there's a line of us, and there's another line behind us, 21 feet away from us. So when the whistle blew, the mission of the guys behind us, they were pretending to be the guy with the knife. The cameraman is the guy with the knife. I'm the police officer. My gun is holstered. He decides, he's wheeling it, and he decides, I'm telling him, put it down. I'm trying to talk to him. I'm trying to de-escalate. When he decides, it's called action versus reaction. Basically what happens is, once he starts running at me, the untrained person basically goes into that, what the hell, that's 2 to 3 seconds. As you just heard, it only takes about 2 seconds for him to get from there to me, and he can stab me. So what we would do when the whistle blew, the guys behind us would run, and our job was to shoot the target at least once before we get stabbed. And what they're going to do is not going to stab us, obviously, but they're going to slap the back of our head. So it puts a little pressure on us as well. And every single time, the quickest one of us can get the weapon out and maybe get a shot off as we're being stabbed. And that happens to law enforcement officers all the time, and that's what winds up, I'm sorry, coming back to you guys. And then what happens is people always second guess officers, because when the officer walks up to a vehicle, action versus reaction, what the hell, right, 2 to 3 seconds. Once the person makes the decision that they're going to attack a police officer, the officer has to react to that. It's going to take too long. He's already behind the power curve. So that's when you see the police officer just basically have their hand on the weapon, trying to, minimize that reaction time. And people don't like that. And a lot of times what we used to do, we did it all the time, but the local office, because of politics and everything, they used to take the weapon out and put it behind them. Again, just to be able to do that in 1 second versus 2 to 3 seconds. They just wanted to clarify that point that Dan and Juan, is it right? Bobby were making. Thank you very much. There you go.
I'm just going to piggyback on that. Left of Bang is a very small brown book. My partner, I made her read it. It's in the van 24/7. It teaches you mindset, okay? And that's the hardest part, because when you confront this, guess what your mind is going to be? Tunnel vision. And you're going to lose sight of everything else. You're going to go in that groove that he mentioned, and seconds count, okay? Anybody else with a juicy story? There, here we go.
My name is Trevor Johnston, and I'm from Indiana, Marine Corps. You learn in the Marine Corps that, okay, sorry. You learn in the Marine Corps, when I go somewhere, I still do it. I'll survey the situation. And when I was younger, I hung out in bars, you know that goes, single. And when you get in there, you survey the situation, survey who you see in there, see who's watching you. And it's amazing, like he said, guys are behind you, guys are in front of you. And I always look for an escape route, always. I want to know where the doors are at. I don't care if it's the door you didn't come through, it might be another door. Like these guys that were killed in these different fires, the doors were locked. You look for a door that you can get out of, one you can get away through, you know? Like I still do it, to this day I still do that. And I always taught my wife, if you're somewhere and something does look sketchy, always look around the room. I learned in the Marine Corps, anything is a weapon. Anything is a weapon. I don't care if it's rolled up newspaper, that is a weapon. Go for the solar plexus, you know? Take a lamp off a counter, whatever it is, everything is a weapon. And it was really weird because I went to Italy and they have a lot of pickpockets. And it came in so handy. You survey the situation, you know, and you see these guys, you can see exactly the look in their eyes. They're exactly what's going on as soon as you see it. You know, and it was so handy for me because long story, but we're getting on the subway, the tube, whatever they call it over there. And I watched these people and they're working in a crew. They were back and forth working. I could see them just signing each other with their eyes. And the door is ready to close, and this big lady flies out the door. This little guy flies out behind her, and the guy looks at him and goes, "I got hit." And you could see it before it even happened. You know, so when you go somewhere, survey your situation. Even when you're here, survey your situation. Look for an exit route. We never know what's going to happen. Right now, you know, you could have an earthquake, you could have whatever. You know, no matter where I'm at, I'm always looking for somewhere to get out of it. I'm driving down the road, I'm always looking. If some guy cuts me off, I'm always looking for that exit route. Thank you.
Just an addition on left-off bang in the Marine Corps is called, I think it's a hunter program. So it's a matter of not being hunted. Do you have follow-up?
Well, two important points I think might be valuable. The security design philosophy, well, there are 93 approximately federal law enforcement agencies in our great country and over 60,000 local, state, city, tribal agencies. We all generally follow concentric rings of security design set, inner, middle, outer. So this is whether you're static in your home or in your RV driving down the road, always think in terms of concentric rings of security. The other two, your point, ma'am, it's natural to be fearful of a threat. So that's a negative neurological pathway. If I'm faced with a threatening situation, and I was one time in Sarajevo, I was walking down the hallway at night after my shift, and there was a real sketchy looking character coming my way, and I just stared him down, and he stared me down, and I kept saying to myself, looking good, going to Hollywood. Now that may not be true with a mug like this, but you say it's something like that twice, or easy peasy, I've got this, easy peasy, I've got this, and that's going to create a positive neurological pathway. The next morning I met him at breakfast. He was a Delta Force guy, and he said he thought I was sketchy, and if I looked the other way, he was going to jump on me. So anyway, and I'll just conclude, again, I don't want to hijack the microphone. My father was retired. He's a Golden Glove boxer, U.S. Navy, New York City detective for 26 years. When Bin Laden attacked the World Trade Center, he never left the house. Gavin DeBecker, great book writer, The Gift of Fear. Get that book. You buy it in a used bookstore for $1.75. It'll tell you a lot about fear, intuition, gut feeling. I recommend it to every single person here and your loved ones. This lady has it.
Thank you for that. I really appreciate you saying that about saying those positive things to yourself. I'm in this workshop because I don't think about safety as much as I believe I should as a van lifer. I'm one of those earthy, crunchy, believe in the law of attraction. So I think if I'm constantly in fear, worried that I'm gonna get attacked, I'm gonna attract it to me. And your story kind of sort of proves that, like, you started telling yourself positive things and it wasn't this horrible situation that you could have feared yourself into being and then gotten yourself attacked by this guy. You know what I mean? Like, I think if we're constantly worried, and again, I appreciate the advice from the ex-Marine, yes, you want to look at your surroundings. I don't do that because I think that if I'm constantly worried that something bad is going to happen, oh my God, I got to find the exits, and I'm going to be attracting that to me. So I really like how you put that. I think that is a great way, if you start feeling fear, to sort of, you warded off an attack, I feel, from your positive mindset. And I'm not saying that we should all just walk around thinking positive, but I'm trying to figure the balance between that. I don't want to be attracting bad situations to myself.
Look, I understand the positive side of this because you manifest what you attract, okay? And you can prove that scientifically. However, this is about having a mindset of education and having a tool bag, so if something comes your way, you have the agency to react correctly with the tools that you have here, okay? And not worry is praying for bad things, okay? So one of the things that you have to understand is the physical reaction that your body is going to have, tunnel vision, things like that. If you program yourself to learn about fear and put positive thoughts in your thought process, big difference, okay? However, being prepared is super important. Guys, I'm a pinch hitter here. I feel like a baseball game. So my time is up. I'm sorry if anybody wanted the mic and I hogged it a little bit too much. If this is of any value, if you enjoy the exchange, let Josh know, because feedback is important. Feedback is a present, okay? Unfortunately, we do it negatively too much, but once in a while, after putting something like this big, it's good to get good feedback. So let him know and give him your thoughts, okay? Thank you again.
Give it up for Bobby. There was no blogs, no YouTube channels about how to build a van back then, maybe like 2. And I just stayed in touch with Zach over the next 3-4 years. And when the pandemic hit, we decided to basically convert the Van Life Outfitters blog or add the store to the blog, because everybody was asking Zach, you know, thanks for making all these blog posts, but where do I get this stuff? And what do you recommend? And so we've always been about educating people on how to build vans, what parts to use, what's the best, because everything is road tested by us. And we have a very special person who's going to be speaking today, and Dale is one of our Van Life Outfitters technical whizzes, especially on electrical. And he's going to be presenting a really great workshop about van life, solar, and electrical. And I think that's why most of you guys are here. Without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Dale.
All right.
right. Hear me okay? So how many people have solar on their van already? Raise your hands. Okay, that's some amount. So how many people have too much solar on your van? Oh, there's a couple of hands. Are you guys the ones way out in the back with the school bus and the whole roof covered? So, you know, how you do solar is kind of how you might do your van, how you build things in the first place. Like you want to decide or think about how you plan to use your van, and that will lead you to do different things. So my name is Dale. I'm from Van Life Outfitters. I do the tech support there with a couple of other guys. And my history is I retired a while back from automotive engineering job. And before I retired, we took a year off with my wife Annie and the kids. And we traveled for a whole year in a camper. And we had solar on the roof. And even before that, we had solar on our roof at home. And then in 2020, when everybody else built their vans, I put more solar on the house and batteries all over the place. So solar is kind of one of my favorite topics. So I'm happy to talk about it. You know, solar makes some sense for vans. I mean, it still depends on how you use your van, like where you go. So for solar, what's important is your location. You know, so where you are in the country. So there's some examples here of how many, if you say you had 400 watts of solar on your van, this little table at the top, it's going to depend on where you are. Maybe that's obvious, right? So if you're in Tampa and you had like around here, on a summer day, you might be able to get 135 amp hours on a 12 volt system from 400 watts of solar. But that's in the summertime. And so in the wintertime, or like now, we're halfway kind of between summer and winter, so the days are shorter. And this is also obviously not including, am I under a tree, or is it cloudy and rainy at that time? So somewhere between 95 and 135 is what you might get around here. Out west, like Phoenix, you would be better, usually 155 or 110. But if you're someplace that's going to be shorter days in the wintertime, say Seattle or Maine, you're going to be something maybe only 50 or so in the wintertime. And that's on a good sunny day, not if it's all hazy and cloudy or you're under a tree. So when you think about how you want to use your van, what your loads is important, just like the rest of your electrical system. So if some of your loads are just relatively moderate and constant during the day, like a DC fridge or lights or your fans, that's the kind of thing that solar can really help a lot with. It's not always going to cover everything if you're in a location that there's not enough sun, but it's certainly a good start towards it. So kind of the first step is, how are you going to use your van? And then if you're a detail person, do load calculations and estimate what all your loads are. And then in designing your solar, how much can you fit on the roof? And in my opinion, how much can I fit up there? And there's always other things you want to fit. But my philosophy generally is, why not put as much as you can after you've got the other things? But sometimes you want to have, you want to be able to walk on your roof and have a deck up there. Some people do. If you're not the planning type, then you don't do a lot of planning. You can just keep adding things. You find out, how is it working the way it is now? Like, monitor your system and your usage with a battery monitor and see how much you're using now, and how much more do you think you're going to need? So you can add more later if you can fit it. Or you can, the other great option is portable panels. That's pretty popular if you walk around. Quite a few people have those out. So they're easy to store, and then the other advantage is you can put them in the sun even if you're parked in the shade, depending if there's sun at all. So solar is nice because it's quiet, and once you have it set up, there's not really any maintenance that you need to do with it. But if you look in our tent over here, one of the posters shows kind of the four main charging sources. Solar is on the left end of that, as you know, it's relatively slower, but it's going to depend on how much you have, versus a secondary alternator can charge really fast and put a lot of energy in. And then in the middle of those is DC to DC charging from your primary alternator. It's going to be, depending on how many of those you add, that's kind of like the second most powerful one after solar. And then usually shore power is a little more powerful than that, but not as fast as a secondary alternator. And the nice thing about shore power is if you want to have redundancy and you want to sometimes go where there's no sun very often, you can always carry a generator, and that works also. So that's kind of like a fifth charging option. So solar is just one of the several ways you can charge. So we talked already about location. So choosing what type of solar panels. There's we have a blog on our website specifically about choosing solar panels, and it goes into just how many can you fit. The ones that we stock, the most popular roof-mounted panels are usually a format of something like 18 inches wide by 3 to 4 feet long, and that format gives you more options how to fit them on the roof. So if you have items down the center of the roof like an air conditioner or the fans, with fans especially, you can definitely fit one panel lengthwise on both sides of the fan. The air conditioner, some of those are wide enough that you might not be able to fit panels lengthwise, but it just gives you a lot more options. The other option is during your travels, you can find residential size panels, which are kind of not realistic to ship usually just because of the size, but wherever you're located, if you look around, you can find those. And so and you look at some of the vans, some of them have larger panels depending on how your roof is laid out. So that's another option. Flexible panels are great to set out because you can put them wherever you want, but I wouldn't recommend putting flexible panels directly on the van or on the roof because the sun is heat energy, and without any airspace below the panels, the panel is going to get really hot. If you can't put your hand on the surface of your van in the sun, then that's how hot the panel is all the time. And with no cooling behind it, they're probably not going to last as long as rigid panels with a little bit of space behind them. The other interesting thing about panels, people will believe that if you put a panel on the roof, it's going to make the van cooler because now you're in the shade in the van. And that is true in some cases. It depends on what was the original color of the roof underneath. So if you have a white van over here, it doesn't get as hot. A lot of the light reflects off of it. If you have a dark van, like a black or gray one maybe, then it's going to get a lot more heat directly into the roof. So it depends on which one of those is your starting point. The solar panel, when you put it on, they're like 20% efficient. So 20% of the energy gets turned into electricity, but the remaining 80% is heat that heats up the panel. And if you're off the roof a little bit, the 40% of the remaining energy is going to go back out as heat, and 40% is still going to come down onto your roof and make your van warm still. So that 40% may be more or less than what you had before. So if you had a white van, you might have already been reflecting most of the heat off. Now you put a solar panel on, you might actually make your van more, if you measure the temperature of the roof inside, you might get slightly higher with solar panel on. If you had a black van to start with, it's not going to be any worse. So the next step is understanding some of the details, I guess, about how solar panels work. First thing to understand is that voltage is kind of like water. You have to have a higher voltage to charge something else, typically. It's not always the case. You can have power sources that will push up the other direction, but for solar panels and the charge controllers and the batteries, you need to have the solar panel voltage be at least 5 volts above what the battery voltage is for the charge controller to let the electricity flow downhill. So If you have a 12 or 24 volt system, that's typically not a problem because the solar panel voltage is going to be higher than the 12 or 24 volt battery typically. If you have a 48 volt system, then sometimes that'll be a concern because you might have to put panels in series to get a higher voltage. Talking just about the solar panel specs and how they work. A panel, when it's in the sun, is a voltage source. So if there's more sun, it's going to push the voltage higher over to your right. And if the panel is not connected to anything, it's just open circuit, then you're going to be at this point on the graph where the top plot here is current or amps versus voltage. And the bottom one is power on the vertical axis versus voltage. So what the charge controller does is adjust how many amps it's taking from the solar panel, and that changes the voltage that the panel is at. And the charge controller does a little experiment and adjusts the amperage that it's taking out of the panel and sees, oh, what voltage do I get? And it moves it around on this curve. The curve is defined by your solar panel. And so there's a maximum power point on these plots where the current is not the highest available current, and the voltage is not the highest, but the product of the two, the amps times the volts, is the maximum. So that's how you get the highest amount of power out of the panel. Like near this power point, it doesn't drop off that much, but generally this is why you want to have, if you're going to put panels together on the same charge controller, you want them to be matched to each other. You can put panels that are not exactly the same with each other in parallel, but what you're doing is locking the two panels together. The two panels have different curves and you're making them both operate at the same voltage. It'll still work pretty good, but it's like maybe a 90 or 95% thing instead of getting the very most out of them. So it depends on, if you have something already and your charge controller can handle more panels, you can still do that, but the optimum way to do it is to have all matched panels. So when you choose panels and your charge controllers, the easiest way is to look on a calculator on Victron. If you search for Victron MPPT calculator, you'll go to Victron's website where you can choose different solar panels that somebody's already entered, or you can enter the specifications for the panels that you want to use. And so there's a couple of different points on these plots that are important. The first one to think about is the open circuit voltage. So that's if the panel is not connected and it's in the sun, what's the maximum output voltage that it'll have? And this is important because in the morning, the charge controller is not able to start taking power yet from the panel. It'll try to, but it's I can't do very much, so I'm just going to wait. And meanwhile, the charge controller sees this high voltage, and you don't want to have the solar panel voltage be higher than what the charge controller can handle. Otherwise, the charge controller will go poof, and it won't work anymore. So if you're going to have one panel, typically if you have any one panel, even residential sized panels on any of the typical charge controllers have a 75 or 100 or 150 is the first number. That's how many volts open circuit they can handle. What's the most they can handle? And there's another fine point about this. The temperature of the panel changes how it behaves. They work better when it's cold. So if you're going to be in colder temperatures, which eventually your van will be in colder temperatures at some point, even in Florida, Texas, it freezes sometimes. So what can happen is this curve moves over a little bit further. So the calculator, there's a coefficient that you would put in or is already put in if you choose those panels from the pull-down list, and it'll adjust this a little bit. It's on the order, like if this would be, say, 40 volts or so for a typical panel that we'd be talking about, it could go a couple of volts, 2 volts, 5 volts different per panel. So that's the first thing. The second thing is the current, how much how many amps the panel is going to put out, either when it's running at its best point, it'll be slightly lower, or when it's short-circuited, if the leads were touched together, which doesn't really happen so much with the, it can happen with the charge controller. If the battery is full, the charge controller is still connected to the panel, and the charge controller can see this amount of current through it. So either one of these numbers has to be within specs. And so the output power, the second number in the, typically the second number in the MPPT model number is how many amps it can put out. And that's the amps at the battery voltage. So if it's a 12 volt system, then it's the amps at 12 or 14 volts that you're charging with, based on how much power it's going to put out. So you have to have a charge controller that's going to handle the panels that you're going to put on. It's okay to put more watts of panels than your charge controller can handle. The difference will be just that instead of getting to the very highest amount during the middle of the day, and that's the most your panels can put out, and then it goes back down. If you have more panels on, it'll just get to the maximum of the charge controller sooner in the morning, and then it'll be flat during the day, as long as the sun's still out, and then back down again. So you'll get some more power out of putting extra panels on an existing charge controller, but at some point it doesn't really make, you spent more money on panels, you might as well spend a little more on a charge controller to match them. So the next thing, or we could have even talked about this first, is just series and parallel. Is kind of a basic thing about how you would wire panels together. If you wire them in series, the negative from one is the negative for the whole array, and then positive to negative, and then the positive for the whole array. You'll get higher voltage out of the setup, and it's effectively one wire going through, so it'll be the same amperage as each panel would have put out individually. So in series, the current going through these, it's the same on all of them. So if I cover one of them, this one puts out less amps. And remember, we just said that the amperage through all of them has to be the same. So it reduces the amperage of the whole array when you block one of them if it's shaded. So if you want to use your van when it might be partially shaded, you're just parking in the sun or you know, under a tree a little bit, then parallel is a little bit better for that. Series, you might sometimes need this if you have a higher voltage, especially a 48 volt system. You might need to put panels in series to get up to the voltage high enough that it can flow downhill into your battery. If you have a 12 or 24, it's more likely to be okay or good to put them in parallel, because then the voltage is the same through all of them, and as long as that's still high enough for your battery voltage, which it likely is, then if I cover one of them, the amps are getting added together. So I still get like 2/3 of the amperage, 2/3 of the power, even if I cover up one of them. That's the rough idea, at least. And so then we talked already about the list of different specifications for the panels. If you're looking at panels, there'll be a label on the back that'll have these numbers on it. Or there'll be a data sheet, and you should use that to plug into the MPPT calculator to make sure that that's going to work out for you. When you wire panels in series or parallel, you want to remember that the panels can put out typically somewhere between 10 and 15 amps per panel. So if you wire them in parallel like this, if you put a whole rooftop of like 5 or 6 panels in parallel, and typically the leads on the panels are typically 10 or 12 AWG. So if you wire these in parallel, you could get up to 50, 60 amps of DC, and that's going to be more than number 10 AWG should handle. So you may want to put these together into a bus bar, then with larger wire from there down, so that you don't overload the wire. If you run in series, then it's the voltage that's adding up. So and the current is the same. So number 10 or even 12, but usually 10 is a good idea if you're going to run them this way. So it's just like the rest of the electrical stuff that Ross talked about yesterday. The wire size and the amperage that you're going to put through them and the fuse sizing is something that you need to pay attention to. So I guess to summarize, the first thing is just how you think you're going to use your van. I didn't even mention air conditioning yet. Like if you're the person with the school bus that has plenty of roof real estate or a travel trailer, whatever, and you can put lots of solar, then yeah, you might be able to keep up with air conditioning loads if your air conditioning loads are moderate in the first place, like running an air conditioner for an hour or so a day, and you're, in this type of weather, you might be able to keep up with that if you had a fair amount of solar. But it would be down to calculate, like measure how much does your air conditioner use. So if you have a battery monitor, measure or observe how many amps does it use when you first start it up, and then after an hour, after another hour, because it'll taper off some. And then you'd know how many amps does this use, times how much time you want to use it. That's how many amp hours you want to try to provide for, and then see if the solar that you have or you're thinking about adding is going to be even the same order of magnitude. If you're the guy with the tracking system on the trailer, which is really awesome, and on top of his van, that's probably like 3,000 watts or so of solar, and over a whole day, you could probably easily keep up with quite a bit of air conditioning load with that. But that's not the typical roof space we have for vans. So you want to be realistic about what you're going to be able to get with that, and that's where you want to think about having different charging sources if that's your goal. So how are you going to use your van? What your power needs might be? How much a given amount of solar might be able to get you on a given day, depending on your location. Rigid panels are probably what you want, but the flexible ones are great if they're deployable. And flexible ones are also, you can put them in more places on your van. I've seen vehicles with flexible panels glued on the hood, lots of stuff like that. But that's a little bit, unorthodox. Typically, you'd wire panels in parallel especially for a 12 or 24 volt system. And then you want to check that your panels are going to match the rest of your components. So it doesn't have to be that complicated, but you can always call us and ask for advice, and we're happy to help. So any questions? Yeah, go ahead.
What's your feeling on external solar panels?
So what's the feeling on external solar panels? I mean, I think they could be pretty good, right? Because I've seen a few people, my van, I have 800 watts. I have two 400 watt residential size panels that, some of them are on my house also. So I had them, they were cheap. They fill up the whole roof. Other people, he's got I've seen a lot of people have two 400 watt foldable deployable panels. And so you can put them out, it's great. I don't know, they're not free, right? But you don't have to mount them on your roof, you can carry them inside.
Right.
So yeah, I would recommend those really. I mean,
Okay. And lithium batteries?
oh yeah. I mean, if you have lead acid batteries, like in an existing vehicle, especially like typical RVs, like a lot of newer ones are starting to come with lithium batteries as the house batteries, but anything you get a little older is going to have flooded batteries, maybe. So if you don't have that much battery capacity, lead acid, it'll be a certain amount of claimed capacity, but you can't charge them very fast because they don't accept the current very fast, and they don't have as much capacity. The lithium batteries, especially, just cost for capacity, lithium is pretty much less expensive now than AGM batteries, at least.
Can you talk about the differences in panels? I've heard talk about some panels
they have to have full sun. Some panels can have partial shade and still work. Can you talk about that? How would we go about picking a panel that's going to work if we want to be partial, if you know, you get partial shade sometimes?
Yeah, so maybe two things there. One is the RV style panels, which are the ones that Van Life Outfitters sells, because they are the most useful on most vans, for the one thing, and they're shippable. Residential panels, if you want them, are going to be much larger. So in terms of handling shading, having smaller panels lets you put them on different parts of the vans, and if you wire them in parallel, then one might be shaded, the other ones are still going to be effective to some extent. There are residential sized panels now that are called half-cut cells, where it's the whole thing is like roughly 1 meter by 1.5 or 1 meter by 2 meters are the general sizes of residential and commercial panels. So when they're half-cut cells, then it's effectively two separate panels. And so if one half of the panel has some shade on it, the other one's happy still going on. So that mitigates the partial shading a little bit, but that doesn't really apply to vans. So I would say go with either portable ones, because you can put them outside in the sun. And if you go with typical RV panels that are like roughly 200 watts and roughly 18 inches by 3 or 4 feet, then those, when you put them on your van, one will be might have shade, but the other one is still, or the other several are still going. Yep.
As a follow-up, you see terms like TopCon or N-type, or what are those?
Yeah.
What do those mean?
Okay, so there are different cell chemistry and setups that have different acronyms. And it used to be like 10 or 15 years ago, Panasonic had a certain name. And now I'm not remembering what that was, but those were the panels that I had on my camper 10 years ago. I got them from somebody that had them on a sailboat when I was in Florida. And those had slightly better efficiency. More commonly now, probably most of the panels now are that newer technology. It's just, maybe it's called heterojunction. I can't describe from memory how it works or what it is, but they're slightly more efficient. So the takeaway is look at what is the efficiency that's claimed of the panel, and look at what is the size and how many watts you're getting out of it to kind of sense check that, because somebody might claim it's 23%, 22%, which is most likely about the right efficiency. If they're claiming 30%, then that doesn't exist yet for, like there's research things where, yeah, a little tiny cell might get that efficiency, but nothing commercial yet. So look at the physical size and how many watts you're getting out compared to other ones that you're considering, no matter what acronym they use, and then you know if it's really true, at least in comparison.
Quick, is there a life cycle deficiency with foldables versus a fix?
I think it depends. There are the other thing about solar panels, there's crystalline or polycrystalline or monocrystalline. It's a hard panel. It's not meant to be bent back and forth. And if you do, even regular panels, there's a back sheet that's usually fiberglass, or if it's bifacial, it's glass on the back and glass on the front. They're going to flex, and eventually they will get cracks and they will degrade over time. More probably driving around than if they're on a house, but they're meant to stay. They're encapsulated. They're not really bending back and forth. There are flexible panels which are still the same crystalline cells inside, but they just let you roll them up by putting fiberglass on both sides. And those are going to degrade over time. But then there's amorphous panels, which are different thin layers of chemistry that are put on that make power in the sun. Those are generally less efficient in the first place. So the foldable panels, a lot of them, I think that what you're seeing out here are the crystalline ones. So they're foldable, they're kind of semi-flexible, but you don't roll them up. The ones that you roll up, they're probably not gonna. Those especially would wear out, I think. The amorphous ones, which are much lower efficiency in the first place, they're maybe like 15% efficient or something. Those you wouldn't want on your van because they're going to take up so much space, which you don't have, and give you less power.
So the foldable, there's not a built-in obsolescence that after 2 or 3 years you have to replace it.
I'm not sure. I wouldn't think so. They should still last okay because you're still moving them around a bunch. I think those will last a lot better than the ones that you glue on a flat surface and they bake. The outside, the foldable, deployable ones, they're semi-flexible, but they're not going to suffer from heat because there's plenty of airspace behind them, and they're better cooling than if they were up on a roof.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Do you sell the rooftop trackers?
No, we don't sell the rooftop trackers. Like there's one out here. That's a DIY one, I'm pretty sure. There is some place out west that I don't remember the name of it right now, but they use some really thin, like the typical panels you put on an RV have an aluminum frame and then fiberglass on the back and glass on the front. You could also use no frame and carbon fiber sheet on the back, and then not glass, but something transparent on the front to make them really light. They're still rigid, but very expensive. And then the system to raise that off the roof and move it around. There was a company that was making those for vans that you can find on the internet, but that's a really high dollar thing. And yes, it would be more effective, but you could, for way less, you could have some deployable panels and you stick them out. Is probably the way I would go. But it's pretty neat. It's pretty fancy.
We saw a prototype last year.
Uh-huh.
They hadn't gone into manufacturing, and that's why I wondered if they were manufacturing now.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that company still exists or not, but I've seen videos of it and I've looked at their website. And the panels that they were using are the carbon fiber ones like I was describing. I think that company has gone out of business also just because it's really neat, but they probably don't sell enough of them to stay afloat.
Hi, I have a quick question. I haven't built my van yet, but I bought the power station with a foldable solar panel, which I thought I would be able to put it on my roof. So that's not a big.
Well, you could. I mean, you could, but I would keep the foldable ones so you can stick them outside and put fixed ones on the roof when you're ready to.
Well, I'm not planning. I'm more like into the city van life type of thing.
Sure.
I don't see myself
Yeah.
like in the out.
So.
Jogging or anything.
Yeah. So I would get regular RV panels to put on your roof because then you'd be able to fit as many as you want to have, and the spacing would be more flexible. And then the deployable ones you might keep so that sometimes when you're out somewhere you can put them. But
Which one is the best material for flexible? I prefer not the strong one because my van is small. I will prefer something that can stick in the roof, like a being very stealthy. Which material or which brand do you recommend?
Like that's one. If you the flexible panels that you could glue directly to the roof, it could be more stealthy, but I would still, I think, go with rigid ones because you can also just mount them really close to the roof. You don't have to, if you want to be stealthy, you either want to put a roof rack on that looks like a ladder rack or something, so then you could put the panels in between it, so nobody's going to see the panels, they're just going to see your ladder rack. Or you'd have nothing on the roof that's really obvious, just put your panels close to the roof.
Which brand or which material do you recommend?
I would shop based on the size that you need to fit in. So on our website there's half a dozen different panels that are all slightly different sizes and wattages to see what's going to fit there. The brand doesn't really matter so much. It's more what's going to fit in your location, whether you want one big one if you do have that much area, or if you already have the roof space filled in by other items like fan.
I have nothing.
Well, what you have already is, you think about plan ahead about what you want to have on the roof. You can plan ahead or not plan ahead, but for that, I would definitely plan ahead.
Yes, that's what I want
yeah.
to plan, so I won't make a mistake. And so you guys have those kind of solar panels?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm gonna definitely
Yep.
check
Okay.
your website. Thank
okay.
you.
Yep.
Would you explain the cost of the second alternator? How do you go about getting a second alternator? Who does that?
So we sell kits for the secondary alternator. So there's depending on your vehicle, there's for the ProMaster Transit and Sprinter, there's kits for at least the recent ones.
They never have kits for the Nissan.
So you have an NV 2500. Yeah, I don't know that. Well, you could ask somebody like Luber Van, or some of the guys over here. There's probably kits to install a secondary alternator, or that's sort of it depends on how you want to use your van. If you need to recharge quickly because you have a large battery bank that you run AC on, and then you're maybe not going to have shore power to plug in, or you're maybe not going to be driving very long, then you want to charge quickly while you are driving, and that's a secondary alternator. But if you're still going to be driving some amount of time on a typical day, or if your loads are not that extreme, then DC to DC charging from your primary alternator is good. You can have you can have 50 or 100 amps of charging from your primary alternator, especially while you're driving. You might not want to leave it running at 100 amps while you're idling for a long time, but normal driving, it would be fine. And that'll get you, it'll get you quite a bit. So if you're really thinking about, what other charging source, you think about what your loads are going to be and how much energy you need to have. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, I have 4 panels, 175 panels on my roof.
Yep.
And I want to put a roof deck on, but we do a lot of state park camping.
Yep.
And so to cover 2 of those panels at any length period of time, would that damage them? Or is there a setting I have to change in my Victron system?
How are they wired?
I'm sure they're in parallel, it's
Yeah.
just 12 volt.
Yeah, I guess you could just cover them straight up, or you could wire them. You could split them into 2 separate circuits, each with its own solar disconnect, and just turn one off. Or you could set up your roof deck so that you could, when you want to walk up there, you could take your 2 panels that you want to walk on and fold those 2 panels onto the other ones, and then you have 0 panels, but only for the time that you're hanging out up there.
But to have them covered for a period of time, it's not going to damage anything?
No, I don't think so.
2 of them covered up for a long time.
Yeah, I would wire them separately if you're going to do that. It's probably fine, actually. If they're in parallel, then no, it shouldn't have anything. There's just going to collect dirt on them, and then when you'd have the roof deck removable or something? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, it'd be like it's called flow through, like dock material.
Uh-huh.
It's plastic, but it has a bunch of holes in it, so
Yep.
it will let light shine through it.
Oh, okay.
But it's lightweight and everything.
Okay. Or make that so that when you're not using it, fold it up onto the other part of the roof deck.
Right.
And then fold it, when you want to be up there, fold it down over the panels.
Yeah.
As long as it's supported and you're not gonna push them down maybe. So, yeah. Any other questions or ideas? All right, well, thank you very much. And yeah, okay. And you're welcome to come over to the tent with more questions in the afternoon. I'll be there too.
This may be further in the weeds than it's appropriate here. So I've got 1,000 watts on my roof.
Yep.
Hi, good morning, good afternoon. Welcome to my talk. My name is George McKenzie Jr. I am a wildlife photographer. I started off in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn, and now I live in Central Florida, South Central Florida. I live about 20 minutes from Lake Okeechobee. So I live right between the cowboys and the orange groves. I have a specialty. I know the smell of rats because I did a story for National Geographic magazine on the proliferation of rats throughout the world. And because of that, I got immersed in the culture of understanding my subjects, and my subjects were rats, roaches, and pigeons early in my career. So I know the smell of rats, I know the smell of roaches, and I'm gonna go out on a limb and say I'm the only person here that's ever seen a baby pigeon alive. So pigeons tend to marry for life or get together for life, and they're really good parents because unless you know where their nest is, you never get to see a baby pigeon because they take care of them until it's time for them to go out into nature. And pigeons are also a great bioindicator for your water sources where you live, and for a lot of people who live in urban settings, pigeons are the only wildlife that you see often. So I'm going to talk about ethics when it comes to wildlife photography and some ways to get amazing photos, and then I will answer all your questions. So with regards to getting photos, you have to be at your location before dawn. So that's the only way, that's one of the best ways to get the animals when they're just waking up, when they're getting ready to start foraging for food. And a lot of them will be still because they're hunting, and they'll always go for birds, especially, and the people who like to photograph birds, they'll always be going to and from that one spot looking for food. So that's one of the things. Also, I'd also encourage you to not bait them, because what ends up happening is that you make them habituated to humans, and every human is not going to have the same reaction to this wild animal. And in turn, somebody might hurt these animals or have them removed from their habitat, because now every time they see a human, they're associating you with a food source, and it stops them from hunting. So you're taking them out of their natural habitat and their natural way of finding food when you start to give them food. So you'll see sometimes, because we're in Florida, I'll use that for context, you see like gators coming up onto the banks looking, because somebody started giving them food and they started associating humans with food, so they'll show up for that. So that's with regards to some of the ethical stuff that I don't approve of. However, I don't approve of feeding them. I don't suggest that you also, for those of you who get the opportunity to go out into national parks like Yellowstone and stuff like that, I know that bears love donuts, but that's just me. And unless you're with a scientist who tells you it's okay and you're doing a photo story, then those things are okay for them when they're trapping bears to do scientific studies such as movement and putting collars on them, because that's how a lot of scientists will trap a wild bear, because animals love the path of least resistance. So the same trail that you and I walk on a hike or anything like that is the same trail that the animal is going to use, because they don't have to fight through the scrub or the bush, and they can walk freely. So that's why we as humans tend to have wildlife encounters when we are on the trails in remote areas, because it's the same trail they use. And understanding when the animal moves and how they move is also a good thing. So you want to be able, I personally don't go out or get out of my vehicle before the sun comes up, because the chances of encountering a wild animal are really high, and that's kind of them closing it down for the day, because a lot of them sleep during the day and they come out at night. So I don't get out of my vehicle or get out into the trail before the sun comes up. I'll be on location and I'll be ready to go. Right as soon as the sun starts to come up, I'll get out and start moving around. However, I won't be out there doing it prior to the sun going up or after the sun has gone down. So I respect their boundaries, and I don't wear AirPods or earphones when I'm doing wildlife, because you need to be aware of your surroundings and understanding and listening for things happening. And if you're listening to your favorite artists, you're not going to hear, for instance, for me, I'm not going to hear a snake, a cottonmouth moving in the scrub. And the last thing I want is to get bitten by a cottonmouth and I have to get medevac to the closest hospital because I just got bit by a snake because I wasn't paying attention. And next, well, I see a lot of photographers here, so does anyone have any questions? I'm here to answer all your questions. So I know George is here. I can see him in the back. Hey, George. So does anyone have any questions? No? Everybody's shy now? Wow, that's crazy. Yes, ma'am.
So question about just once you've taken your photo and you may want to develop it and put it on your wall, there's so many different options for medium these days. There's metal, there's acrylic, there's glass, there's the typical framing. Any recommendations for how to have like something that really looks great on your wall with all these different choices now?
Yes, so what I would suggest is you have all the printing options that you have, they'll make recommendations when you upload your photo. So for instance, like a green scene, let's say this was rainy season and everything wasn't as dry as it is as you look in the background and everything is green, you would pick like a luster color. So the luster palette would really make all the greens, and the sun, the blue sky look really blue, the clouds pop. So those things, and you can usually Google those and they'll give you the best suggestions. Or if you happen to be using AI, you can upload your picture, your photo, and it'll give you really good recommendations. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I've done a lot of night photography, and what that tends to come into, and I think I did it yesterday with the crowd I was giving a talk to. For your iPhone, when you bring it up and you hold it up and you hit the shutter at night, it tends to tell you that there's a countdown sometimes. It starts to count down like 3, 2, 1. So I'm just gonna put this down for a second. So what you want to do is establish your legs like a tripod and bring your arms in and brace yourself. And then when you hit the shutter, so it doesn't shake, because what it's doing is your camera is computing and compensating for the lack of light. So that's why it's a slow shutter action. So that's why it does that countdown. So so when you brace yourself like this, right? you allow yourself to really not move because you're holding it, everything still, and then you click, you'll get a much clearer picture. And also, for a lot of you, when you're passing by a Walmart next time, you can buy the boxes of lens wipes, like a 50 pack, and please clean your cameras on your cell phones, because every time you put it into your pocket and you take it out, it gets dirty. So that's what provides that streaking on your photos. So that's why everything kind of looks like Christmas lights, is because your lens is dirty. And don't use your clothes, because this is rubbing against your body and it's getting all of the oils from your skin. So get the lens wipe pack. It's like $5. It'll last you a real long time. And you can just, oh, the mic? Sorry. Yes, so buy the lens pack wipes from Walmart. It's like $5.99 or $6.99 for a 50 pack. And please don't use your shirt, your t-shirt, because it has all the oils and everything from your body. And that's what creates, a dirty lens is what creates that streaky, Christmassy, Christmas light look on your photos.
Is there any special settings besides letting it?
If you've used a camera before and you know how to control your shutter speed, you can go into the settings on your phone and it'll allow you to open up and manually do it. So that way you can really replicate what you see with your eye in your camera. Yes, ma'am.
Can you give some tips on taking iPhone pictures of wildlife when our phones might be not be able to do it?
No, totally understandable. It's the most accessible phone that you have. The camera you have with you most of the time is your cell phone. So one of the things, because the best representation you're going to get with wildlife is being at the natural focal length. The minute you start to zoom with your cell phone, it's going to start to get pixelated, because the sensor is like this big versus the sensor in this camera, which is closer to replicating what you have with your human eye. So if you can get close enough using your legs to photograph it, I would suggest using your legs are your best zoom. The minute you start to digitally zoom, the pixelation starts to come in. So if you've ever taken a picture with your iPhone and then you try to zoom in on it to print it, and then you notice everything is pixelated the more you zoom. So that's why it happens. So if you can move it, if you can use your legs to get closer, it'll be way better than you trying to digitally zoom. And this might sound painful. However, some things are just meant to be seen with your eyes and never documented with your camera. Yes, ma'am.
So is it, when we're taking pictures of animals, sometimes we want them to look at us.
Mm-hmm.
Is it unethical to make noises to get an animal to look at you?
Do you mind repeating audience questions on the mic too, so everybody can hear?
Okay. So the question was, is it unethical to make noises for the animal to look at you? It isn't. However, you run the risk of that animal reacting. So you have to weigh your risk and your reward of how you'd like to have that experience. Because I've been on safari before in Africa, and I don't want to make a noise to the animal, for the lion to look at me, because the risk that I have with that, I like to minimize. So I don't want him to turn me into food or give me a scar for life. So kind of like just sit and be patient with wildlife, because remember, it is a wild animal, and how it reacts is going to be different from what you might expect. You had a question?
I did, about just backlighting, kind of talking about that in terms of your phone and even cameras, and how that affects the quality of the picture or the video you're taking.
So the question is about backlighting and how it affects your picture with your phone or with your camera. So you always, when you're setting your exposure values, you want to expose for the darkest part of the picture, the darkest subject in your picture, right? So that means you can either bring up your shutter speed, or bring it down to control that. And you're using a mirrorless camera, so mirrorless cameras are different from DSLRs. Mirrorless basically what you see is what you get with mirrorless. So when you're adjusting for your backlighting, you want to bring up your shutter speed, right? When it's really dark out there, and you want to bring it down. And the more stable you are, once again, the better footage or image you're going to make. Make sense? Yes, ma'am.
What's your favorite post-production software?
I use Lightroom. I don't use Photoshop. I don't know how to use Photoshop. And because of the organizations that I work with, I have to turn in my raw files to my editors. So I'm never allowed to turn in post-edit photos. So everything must be done right in camera before I send my hard drive off to my clients or to Nat Geo. No, so unless it's stated otherwise, everything is done in camera. So that's why it's such a mission for me to break this out, because then I'm constantly adjusting for every shot. So when I gathered everyone earlier in front of the Panther to do the group photo, prior to everyone doing that, I had already set my camera to the ideal settings because I shoot in manual. So I have control over everything. So that's why I use Lightroom, because it's how I was brought up in this and trained in this art, is to be able to fix everything in camera instead of spending more time on the computer trying to manipulate things. Yes, sir. I'm fantastic. How are you?
Recommendations or tips on your path in getting picked up by Nat Geo?
So the question was recommendations and tips on your path to getting picked up by Nat Geo. Yeah, you know what? I see you have someone next to you that's leaning in, so if she is comfortable with you waking up at 4 in the morning every morning to get your day started and going to bed by 8 o'clock every night so you can get your rest, and then doing about 6 to 10 years of that, then, listen, I'm a dreamer, bro, so anything can happen. I'm telling you, I didn't go to photography school. I got into photography simply because I was shy, awkward, and living a different life. And I went to a party one night and saw this young lady who was aesthetically pleasing to me, and I decided to ask her for her number, and she was like, maybe later. And I waited outside of the club until the end, and I noticed her and all the other women that I thought were aesthetically pleasing were hugging and kissing the event photographer. And I'm like, wait, women like photography? Light bulb moment, changed my life. Years later, here I am, giving you the same advice. I don't know if she's gonna appreciate it, but that's what got me going, bro. Yeah. So, who am I to tell you not to chase your dreams? Anyone else? Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. My most memorable photo shoot is seeing a gray whale off Morro Bay in California and realizing how small I really was in the grand scheme of things. And the most traumatic story is my first time I saw a gator in real life. I shrieked. And it was in Corkscrew Swamp, and I'd never seen a gator in its natural environment before. And seeing one of those big boys kind of got my attention really, really fast. And a month later, it was mating season, and he bellowed, and I was on a 20-foot ladder in the middle of the swamp, and it made me reconsider what I was doing. So those are some of my most memorable. I still get the chills just thinking about it. No, thank you for asking. Yes, ma'am.
What do you do in the Lightroom program with your photos then to be that Nat Geo approved?
So the question was, what do I do with Lightroom? So I use it for my my exposure, the highs and the lows, bringing those up or down. Yeah, I can do that. And then saturation and making some colors pop, that's about it.
So they allow for that?
They allow for that, but they
don't want you to put pieces in?
No. Yeah. No, so I was showing this young lady one of my pictures of a bear, and she was like, "Oh, I really like that." And I'm like, the OCD in me doesn't like it because there are two plants in the middle of the bear, and if I was thinking, I would have manicured the spot before making the picture. So because I can't, the training that I have and the experience that I have and what my mentors have taught me, I just can't use, I can't do Photoshop. Well, I think it's the sadistic side of nature photographers. We just like to be as ethically approved as possible. So we don't use Photoshop. It's kind of like, I missed it, I made it, I made it. I can bring it up or down because in the EXIF data of your photos, it'll show everything when I submit it to my, they can see it and they'll be like, oh, you changed everything. And it's like, we can't run this without saying this was manipulated using technology. Any other questions? Oh, yes, ma'am. And then I'll come to you, sir. Oh, so the question was, how do I feel about rats? Rats are insanely smart. So most people don't know that rats are not born with the ability to swim. However, the motivation of finding food and eating will allow them to swim. Secondly, a rat can eat through anything except the metal they use to make submarines. And your favorite airline spends hundreds of thousands of dollars a year to make sure that there are no rats in the planes, because a rat gnaws through a wire. When that plane lands, there's no bouncing. And thirdly, 2 rats can make 2 million rats in a year. So the male rat can achieve joy 28 times a night, and she's ready to go 14 days. So there you go. Hope that was a good answer for you. Yes, sir, you had a question?
At what point do you put the camera down and just experience the moment and give up on the picture?
So the question was, at what point do I put the camera down and experience the moment? Sunrise and sunset. They should be looked at and viewed, and everything else, there's a moment to make a picture. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry? My go-to lens, my 2 to 600 is, so my question was, what's my go-to lens? My go-to lens is my 2 to 600 with a 1.4 teleconverter. And when I'm not shooting wildlife, it's my trusty 24 to 70 2.8. No, no, no. It's like $2,000. Yeah, yeah. I did you a favor. I appreciate that. You're welcome, sir. Yes, ma'am. So the question is, do I ever get tired of photographing the same type of animals? No, because I chase perfection and it doesn't exist, and the sadist in me knows that. However, I am going to work that image until I have the one that I can live with. So if that means 10,000 pictures, then so be it, 10,000 pictures. Does that answer your question? No problem, you're welcome. Anyone else? Anyone else? Yes, ma'am. Yes, I have. I got one in Corkscrew, down in Corkscrew at Crew Land and Trust on the Cypress Dome Trail. So that picture took me, to answer your question, that picture took me 3 years, 44 days, and 26 hours. But nobody's keeping score. Yes, ma'am. The Florida scrub jay. The Florida scrub jay. The question was, is there any critter that's ever annoyed me photograph-wise? It's the Florida scrub jay, because birds tend to do bird things. They're always moving when you don't want them to move, and they have this tendency of flying away. So, yeah. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am. No, you never get to pick and choose. Editors have a way of telling you, this is what I think you can do, and I trust that you can do this, and they tell you your budget and tell you how long you have, and you're just off and running. I don't control anything. The illusion that I sell is that I control everything. But I control nothing. There's always somebody, hey, I need you to do this. And because I like doing hard things, I'll say yes.
Do you ever say no?
Nah, why? I'm a wildlife photographer. That's what I do. Yes, sir.
Any tips on how you organize your tens of thousands of photographs?
So the question is tips on how I organize my tens and thousands of photographs. I have massive external hard drives, and then I have online storage to back up the external hard drives. I have one place where I have about 120,000 photos, another place where I have about 50,000 photos. Then I have 3 external hard drives. One has 14 terabytes, one has 19 terabytes, and I'm running up on a 26 terabyte right now that I'm currently working on. So I spend a lot of money on storage and redundancy. No, there's no deleting. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
How do you organize them?
I organize them by year, date. So year, date, location, and shoot. Yes, sir.
That being said, have you ever lost anything?
Yes, I have, and to this day it still hurts. Let's not talk about that anymore. Yeah. Yes, yes, sir. So I learned that women are going to do what women do, and I can't control that. However, I can control how I feel about what animals do. And no animal has ever broken my heart, right? However, humans do human things. So I just learned to pivot. Some lessons are better learned than like talked about. Anyone else?
Oh, you said you had a website you're going to share about with your work?
Oh, I'm sorry. So my website's name is georgemckenziejr.com. It's spelled Mackenzie. First George like Clinton, Bush, and Bush. Mackenzie, McKenzie, JR.com. And for those of you on social media, that's also my Instagram handle. So I can honestly say I need to update my website. I haven't updated my website in a year, but my Instagram has the most up-to-date stuff. Yes, sir.
Have you ever photographed UFO or UAP?
So have I ever photographed a UFO or a UAP? So we had a rocket launch recently here in Florida, and on my Instagram, I took that picture with my iPhone because I was on my way to the gym, and it looked like it was this jellyfish cloud, and I really got a really nice picture of that. But other than that, nah.
What is your opinion of most of the UFO, UAP photographs? Are most of them fake or are most of them real?
Honestly, so back to the whole pretty women theory. I dated a flight attendant, so every flight I was on, I would ask the pilots, like, "Yo, have you ever seen a UFO?" For like 3 years of that existence of that relationship, and they all said no. So I can't say yes or no. From my experience, I just heard no every time, and I never had the opportunity to photograph one.
Yet. You haven't had an opportunity yet.
You're right.
Well, I took one picture.
Yes, sir.
I have a question. You know, everything, all the visual arts were analog, tape, drawings. So about maybe 25, 30 years ago, where everything kind of shifted digital. So we have records from, hundreds and thousands, of years ago. Any concern the future of digital being there 100 years from now, somehow losing all that data? Because nothing is analog anymore, And I'm going concerned with that, with the future of, the digital.
So the question is the future of imagery in this digital world. So just for context, humans are very visual creatures. So when you go back and you look at time and you saw what early man did, they, instead of doing written word, they did visual drawings on caves and everything. So visuals resonate with us as humans in such a way that words don't. That's why advertisers, brands spend billions of dollars every year to get you to buy things. They don't write words. So I don't think visuals will ever be obsolete to humans. As humans evolve, that might change. However, the way we are now, the visuals resonate with us in such a way. It's the reason why there's ever any conflict in the world. The first thing that we do is we turn on our TVs because we want to see the visuals. It's not for us to hear. A lot of us might even live in a world where we mute the TVs, but the picture is still going because it resonates more with us than us reading the words written by someone. So visuals, I can't see it ever changing unless the human being just evolves to such a different level. Yes, sir.
Picture is worth 1,000 words, or in your case, with all your pictures, millions on millions of words.
You know what? When I'm no longer here, someone in my someone after me is going to reap all the benefits. Yes, sir. You had a question?
Yeah. You may have already touched on this. You got here a little bit late, but do you fear about being replaced by AI?
No, so for most of us who have digital cameras in this day and age, there's AI built into the. So the question was, do I have a fear about being replaced by AI? Most of us who have these cameras, there's AI already built into it. The AI can assist in helping you document a moment. However, the replacement of you as a human and a storyteller is really hard because it doesn't have the context for the human experience, right? We're all here right now, all of us from different ethnicities, different backgrounds. What we share is we all know love, joy, heartbreak, and pain. AI could never know that. So, like, there was a farmer once who heard of a tractor. He was like, this is AI. You know, so it's all about context and how you apply it to your life. So that's what I would encourage you to look at. Well, I know that what would I use AI for was the question. So with my camera, it allows my camera to have eye autofocus, right? And it allows me to do pre-capture on certain models of the cameras that I use, so I don't miss a moment. So that's where AI comes in very beneficial, where it wasn't 10 years ago, much less 5 years ago. So AI does have its benefits, and it can really assist us in how we want to do the things we want to do and make it better for us. So I would encourage you not to be scared of it, to be more understanding what it does to help you do what you need to do. That's the best thing I could tell you. So the question is, what would I recommend for beginners? So what I would recommend is the fact that, so lens rentals is really good. So lensrentals.com, you can go and you can rent the latest and greatest gear. And unlike most rental houses, you don't need to put down the value of the gear you're renting on your credit card or anything like that. You're just renting it for how many ever days you want to. And that's a really great way for you to test out new gear, test out the latest cameras and everything. And then you can make an informed purchase versus just going into the store and just spending a bunch of money and being like, that part. So rent first so you can have the experience and have the time with the product, so you don't have to have that high overhead to begin with. And repetition is key. So invest in yourself. I cannot preach this enough. Learn as much as possible. Find somebody that specializes in what you do and reach out and be like, hey, I want to volunteer. I want to be your assistant. That's what I did for wildlife. I found a Nat Geo photographer and I bugged him for 2 years straight. I want to be your assistant. I want to be your assistant. He's the guy that gave me an opportunity to dream, and it changed my life. So I would never tell you to not do it. You know, some people are really good. Some people are really terrible at how they treat people. However, you can find that person. They're out there. They need you just as much as you need them. You're welcome. Yes, sir. I'll come to you in a second, man.
How much better is a standalone camera, like the one near your right foot, versus the latest iPhone or latest Samsung phone? And will they ever kind of merge? I know one is a pancake and one is big, so that's a perpetual obstacle. But what percentage would you say the quality is of the latest iPhone, the latest Samsung phone versus a standalone camera?
So the question is the camera versus the cell phone. So,
Cell phone camera.
so this is a computer that happens to have a camera. This is a camera that happens to have some computer features. It's that simple. Until this becomes a camera, there's no comparison. It can do really great things, and it's the most accessible camera you have with you 99% of the time is your cell phone. However, this is a camera. So it's night and day, and what you get out of it is simply the assurance that it's going to do what it needs to do. It's a camera with a lens, and you being the photographer, it can only do what you tell it to do. This is always going to be a computer with a little tiny sensor about an inch big. This has a sensor that's way closer to what your eye sees. So it can get you way bigger and better details than your cell phone ever can. And when you zoom in on this, it's not going to get pixelated as you zoom more. With this, whatever you take, the bigger you make it, the more pixelated it's going to become. Yes, ma'am. You had a question.
Yeah, I was wondering if you've had experiences where you discovered, when you go back and look at your photographs, that you've captured things that you didn't intend to, but it's been a really lucky capture.
The question is, have I ever discovered I made a picture that I liked that I didn't know I made it? Yeah, that was that panther photo. So, like I said, I've been trying to get a panther on camera for 3 years, and I was in the middle of a restaurant going through a memory card, and I just like froze and had a moment. Might have shed a tear or two. However, I was super happy. Called my grandfather and told him, yeah, he was like, sure, whatever, boy. I'm sorry, second part of that?
Does that sort of thing happen less with AI than it did when you were beginning without that technology?
Oh, no. No, to answer your question, the question was, does that type of thing happen more now? Or more now since there's more AI around and stuff like that? No, it doesn't. I'm always still surprised at what I have. So typically, once I do a shoot, I need to give myself a week to detach from it because I'm hypercritical of my work and what I do. So once I've learned that I need about a week to just detach from everything so I can look at it with a critical point of view and really appreciate what I've been able to make. So I'm not sitting there obsessing, I should have did this, I should have done that. So I give myself about a week before I look at any work, and then I'm more critical and then, okay, I can make selections that way. I'm sorry, say that again? Oh, I can't hear you. I'm so sorry.
She's asking how long or at what point in the process you actually have to submit your photo. So like from taking photo to submitting photo, what's your typical timeline?
Okay, so the question was from making a photo to submitting a photo, what that process is. So generally, I do have control over. So I'll tell them, listen, I need a week after this to just go through everything and make my selections, and then I'll submit everything. So those are the things that I'm uncompromising with, like those deadlines, because I don't want my process to be rushed. So it's either they say yes or no. They say no, it's okay. They can find someone else to do it. No, so to answer that question, if there's a time limit and they pick someone else, no. So once I have a contract to go do something, they're never gonna have someone else doing the same thing.
So it's has there ever been a time where you've submitted photos and you think, wow, I think they're really gonna pick this one, but then they pick a different one?
Oh, they always do that. No, I don't. I have no control. I'm always like, why would you pick that picture? They were like this. They were like, it didn't go well with what we were thinking. So everything is it's subjective, right? So what I do is I send in a hard drive of all my files, and then they'll go through everything. They'll make their selection. So I did a shoot for the Southern Environmental Law Council this past November. I think I have about 500 gigs of pictures, and then I looked at what they picked when they were doing the magazine mock-up for the story, and I'm like, But you know what? They paid, so I got no complaints. You know, no complaints at all. So they pick what they pick to suit the narrative that they want to, the story they want to tell, and I'm just like, as long as the check hits my bank account, we're good.
How do you find your clients?
How do I find my clients? I find my clients based on my work and my reputation and my ability to deliver. So people tend to find me, and that's how it's done. I don't advertise that I'm looking for work, so I know I have a unique skill set, and I know where I exist. There's a need for storytelling. So what I do is I just offer my ability to help anyone get their story told in a way that resonates with their audience.
What about when you first started?
Oh, when I first started, I've done, like I said in the earlier, photograph models, entertainers, food, cars, everything. I've just photographed just about everything, just in order to work and get income. And as I got more skillful, I was able to refine where I wanted to spread myself. So now I can just be very selective of where I work and who I work with. Yes, ma'am.
Over your different subject. Taking a picture of an animal and you only have your iPhone with you. Is it better to zoom in with the phone, or is it better to go just take the picture with your normal setting and then zoom in later in an editor? Which gives you the better photo?
Since you're not using, so the question is, will you zoom, if you're taking a picture of wildlife with your cell phone, is it better to zoom in with your phone or to take it with the regular lens and then zoom in while you're editing? Keeping in mind that when you're zooming in with your lens, the picture is going to get more pixelated. I would encourage you to get as close as possible without putting yourself in danger. And if that doesn't work for you, zoom in with your phone and stabilize yourself, because the more you zoom in the more unstable things get. So because you're zoomed in, you'll see that every little movement makes the picture. So just stabilize yourself and then you can take the picture, because when you get it home, and because your phone, if your phone doesn't shoot RAW, you're gonna have less information. So everything is gonna get pixelated on your computer when you try to zoom in. So
There's no way to make a setting change in here to make this be raw.
for certain series of those phones, they do have a RAW setting. So I think, yeah, like the Pro versions, they'll let you shoot RAW. So you get larger files and stuff like that, and they'll eat up more space. So, yes, ma'am.
As a portrait photographer, I've never sent like an entire gallery of all my raws. So if you're shooting Nat Geo or whatever, you're sending them every raw file. Ultimately, it's your name that goes in the magazine, take, photography by or photo by. Do you ever worry about that? Like, 'cause we all get shit photos.
Yeah.
Like I don't want this one out there with my name on it.
So the question was, do you ever worry about submitting your terrible photos to your editor? Because we all get terrible photos. So here's the thing, I can tell you, they don't want to post terrible photos. So they're gonna pick the best one. So you don't have to worry about it. Well, they don't want crappy images in their magazine or online. So they're gonna pick the best one. And for you, a really good editor will always give you enough feedback to go back out there with a lot of conviction in what you do. And you'll always have those tips in the back of your head, like, okay, do this differently and do that differently. However, they'll never share terrible photos. They might just not hire you again if it's really that bad.
Well, I mean, what's terrible to me might not be terrible to somebody else. I mean, I've had that happen even with galleries I shared. Like, oh, that's not, like you were saying, that's not the one I would have chosen.
Yeah, exactly. So, it's, like I said, it's all subjective, and it's all about their point of view of what the subject that you photographed. So never just, don't beat yourself up about that, or don't feel terrible about that. Let them make their own informed decisions. You give them what they need, what they ask you to give them, and let them make their own decisions. So that's why I remove myself from the process, so I could make a decision and not be emotional about it. When they make it, I'm over it. I'm done. I'm on to the next one. Yes, ma'am.
So does that, I'm getting it, when you do a shoot, you always give them all the photos you take, you don't color at all?
No. So what I do, I'll cull and make my selects. So what I also do is give them everything, because I don't want you coming back to me a month from now, 2 months from now, 6 months from now, asking me about a shoot that I did 6 months ago. You have everything I have. I gave you my selects. I gave you all the files. You can figure it out after that. Yes. So the question is, what kind of equipment am I using to assess my photos? I have a Mac, Lightroom, and a monitor, and that's it. Nah, regular monitor. I'm not that fancy, I know some people have their whole setup and they need this monitor and that. I could just never afford that. So I keep it as basic as possible. No worries.
Do you do edits or do you just pick your favorites exactly as in order?
I do edits. You might not have been here for it. I use Lightroom. Yeah, that's fine. I use Lightroom to brighten or darken. I use the saturation to make colors pop a little bit. However, I'll do a culling and then I'll make my selects with my edits, and then I give them everything, and then they decide what they want to print or use. Does that make sense?
And I'm going to
Yeah, no worries. Yes, sir. So his question was, do you go for the latest and greatest, or do you stick with what you know and what you're comfortable with? So for me, you can always have the latest and greatest, right? Because that's what kills my budget. It's like there's always a new camera out, a new lens out, and I'm like, ooh, I'm drooling. I just want to have it. So that's when I go to lens rentals and I rent it. However, I do love what I have, and I have a great appreciation for it. And what I've learned for me is I've learned that it comes a moment with what I have and when I'm using it, when it just, I can't get any more out of it. And that's when I tend to upgrade. But I don't upgrade every time something new drops or something new comes out. This camera is about 3 years old at this point. You know, and it works great for me, and I love it dearly. It hasn't failed me, and we're good. So maybe within the next year, I might get something new, but as of right now, it just works really well for me. Yeah, my Instagram page is George McKenzie Jr. Yes, sir, you had a question?
Have you ever had any instances when you're at a shoot and tragedy happens and your equipment gets damaged one way or another that just causes?
Have I ever lost equipment at a shoot, or is it failed me? Yes. It's the nature of the beast. However, it's the reason, I think someone asked me earlier, so it's the reason I'm always prepping beforehand, test everything, make sure that everything is working the way I need it to work. My batteries are charged the day before I even leave my house. Everything is tested before I walk out the door to make sure it works. And that's why I have insurance. So something fails, first person I call is my insurance company, filing a claim. So that's what I do. Well, last question for you, young lady. Yes, I do. So the question is, do I have a tripod? I use tripods for my cell phone, tripods for my camera. I have a tripod for anything that I can make a photo with. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. You've been an amazing audience, and I appreciate you.
built 2 camper vans. So I've been doing van life for about, I think we're going on like 6 years now. So it's been a very long time. I've had lots of experience, lots of stories, lots of things have gone wrong, a lot of things have gone right. And today they asked me to talk about how to not ruin van life, which it's very easy to do, surprisingly, because you can really get burnt out on so many different things. And I feel like recently I got burnt out on van life during my van build. Building out a van is extremely difficult. I think the internet makes it look so easy. You watch a time lapse and it goes by in like 12 minutes. And then I spent 2.5 years on my van build, but I also made a 12-minute time lapse. So I understand how the internet can make things look. So I want to just talk a little bit about just different things you can do to make sure that when you get into van life, you are making the most of it and making sure it can last. I'm just kind of curious, how many people here currently live in a van? Okay, are you guys full-time? Raise your hand if you're full-time. Okay, who's thinking about getting into van life? Okay, awesome. So, oh, I just lost all of my notes. Okay. Okay, so some of the things I'm going to talk about might resonate with some people, might not, because van life is so different for every single person. The experiences you're going to have, whether you're full-time, part-time, you're in a minivan, you're in a $300,000 rig. I mean, rigs get more expensive. I don't even know what they're putting in them these days that makes it so expensive. But it's just going to be different no matter what you're doing. Even if you have the exact same rig and you're traveling to the same places, you're going to have different experiences because everyone has different wants and different needs. So starting with realistic expectations and knowing that when you watch on the internet is not going to be realistic expectations, which is why being here is so awesome, because walking around and meeting people and talking to them, that's going to give you much better just conversations about what's really happening and meeting real people, because the internet, I've been doing social media now for 3 years, and the drama sells, the drama gets you views, and so you're going to see a lot of bad things on the internet, of everything going wrong, and that's what the internet's going to push to you, because that's what makes them money, unfortunately. But it's important to know that what you're seeing on the internet is not completely true. But one of the greatest resources that I found is Facebook groups. So if you're thinking about getting into van life and you want to have authentic conversations, but maybe you're watching on the live stream and you can't be here, joining Facebook groups, there's so many real people having daily discussions of real problems without any intentions or any kind of like looking for views or anything like that. They're genuine conversations of what van life's really like. And also, if you're building out a van, I had so many questions that were so weird. Like I had to put my microwave in and I had no idea how to tie it down because of the shape it was. And I was like, there's no YouTube video of how to tie down microwaves in a camper van. So being able to just post a photo and be like, hey guys, and then 2 hours I had 56 different ideas of how to tie down a microwave, which I then had it done within an hour. And I spent like 2 weeks thinking about it before I made that post. And so they're so resourceful and they're so helpful. Let's see. A big thing as well is when you're having realistic expectations is just embracing the insanity and the unknown. Van life is insane. I've seen things. I've been through things. One moment you're like laying in bed watching a TV show and the next someone's like fighting and screaming at their spouse and like throwing up next to your van, or someone's knocking on your van saying you can't park there even though you just parked at a gas station, and they just like see you in a van and they know it's a camper and they're like being prejudiced. Anything can happen at any time. And so you have to be aware of that, but also be okay with people kind of having different perceptions of you if you're in van life and you're doing it full time. I know it can be different, again, like however you're doing van life, if you're part-time, if you're in an expensive rig, not an expensive rig. People have ideas of what van life is, and in a way, social media has given it a new light and people understand it more. But I used to work at the Ben & Jerry's ice cream factory in Vermont, and I thought it was cool that I lived in a van. I thought it was the coolest thing because I love it. It is the best choice I ever made. But people found out and they started being like, you can come stay at my house, I can make you dinner, do you want to pick up extra shifts, like what can I do? And I'm like, no, I live in the Ben & Jerry's parking lot because I love it and I think it's cool, and because you don't pay enough, so I don't have to pay rent and I can just come here and eat unlimited ice cream. So it's people don't always understand, so picking the people that you share van life with, and if they're not going to support you, understanding that it's your choice and being so proud of it, and finding people that do accept you and accept van life. is really helpful, which is why being here and meeting other van lifers is so great as well. Let's see. Also, if anyone has any questions at any time or any statements or any stories they want to add, just feel free to raise your hand. I would love to make this a community conversation. Going back to talking about social media. So I've been in YouTube and making YouTube videos for about 3 years now. And I remember watching YouTube videos of van life for years before I bought my first van. I used to car camp for about 2 years. I would sleep in my car, and I loved it, and I would watch van life videos. And I would like to say that I did believe everything I saw on the internet. I was that person. And now, having been a YouTuber and being in this job and meeting people who make YouTube videos, I really just want to say, everything is not what you see. When you see those really fancy designed vans, they have interior designers that design them for them, and then they put them on social media. They say that they built the whole thing, and they did not build the whole thing. And so I remember when I bought my second van, I bought it and decided to do it because my first van I built out with no build experience, and I built it in my parents' driveway. I had never touched a power tool. I was just trying it. And I remember coming to an event where someone toured my van, and they made me feel really self-conscious about my build skills. And they're not the kind of people you want to be around for sure. But I remember being self-conscious and then wanting to build another van. And then I learned afterwards, while I'm building this one, they're not even building their own vans. They're hiring people, professionals to do it. And so the people that you're online comparing yourself to and comparing your rig to, they're not even doing it, and they're just not mentioning it. So having real expectations of what the internet is very, very helpful for being proud of what you're doing and knowing that, I love my van. It's very crooked. It's got some crazy cuts in there. I had no idea what I was doing, and I just wanted to get it done and get on the road. And I actually look back now, and I wish that I would have rushed it more and been okay with more wonky cuts, because now that I'm on the road again, I'm like, I missed this. This is so great. I was camping at Daytona 500 2 weeks ago, and it was incredible. And so spending all that time being so nitpicky over every choice. Insulation, I want to say I spent 2 weeks. I made an hour-long deep cut into insulation and every choice of insulation, and I tested them, and I was so over the top because I was like, I have to make the right insulation choice. If there was the perfect insulation choice, we would know by now. We would know by now. Everybody has tried different things. We have probably so many vans here that have all different insulations, and everyone is fine. No one's walking around if I had this insulation, what insulation are you using? It's so different in here. So I think having that expectation now and looking back on my build, I'd actually rush it a bit more. That's crazy enough to say. Okay, so something else about burnout is that for me, something that I've learned to stop burning out from van life is that getting a campground every once in a while, it actually can even out price-wise. If you think about it, you can get your laundry done, you can shower there, you can refill your water, you can do so many things. But also, as someone who always stealth camps and is always looking for parking lots or a Cracker Barrel or random streets, getting a campground can be just the refresh you need before you burn out. When I was living in Las Vegas in 114-degree heat with no air conditioner, I was like, I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna push it because van lifers are tough and I could do anything. And then I almost got heat stroke and passed out in a hotel walkway until I finally was like, I'm gonna get a hotel, it's okay. So knowing the limits and knowing when to get a hotel and when to take a break. And also when you're getting near that burnout of being van life's exhausting. Once a year I get, my family has a timeshare that they forget about and I don't mention, so I can use it every year at the end of the year. And it is the most refreshing thing. I get there and I'm like, I actually made a video called, Am I Ruining My Life by Doing Van Life? It was very dramatic. But it was a real question I was having because I woke up in the morning in a bed that was there. I had unlimited running water and a dishwasher, which was magical, and just could do the dishes. And I was like, life is so simple and I'm making it so hard. And I remember kind of thinking this every year when I get this timeshare. And I made that video and people were like, yeah, but have you seen the price of rent? And I was like, you're right. There's give and take. So making a list of all of the great reasons that you're doing van life and all the benefits you can have. I know that's more for full-time van life. I've been doing full-time van life for very long, so I have more of a perspective on that. So that when you have those hard moments or you start to question it, you can go through those lists of things that make it worth it. Can be really helpful. I keep scrolling through as I'm talking. Okay. Do. For ways to not ruin van life as well is talking about the safety of your vehicle and insurance. And I had a friend who bought a brand new camper van, drove it, was driving back to their house, and they totaled it on their first drive. And their insurance was so good that it covered getting a new van that was better. And so it actually worked out for them. So making sure you have good insurance. I kind of had an opposite situation. When I bought my second van, I called State Farm and I was like, hey, I just want to switch over my insurance to this new van, also a Ram ProMaster, also 2500, the exact same thing, just like 2 years newer. And they're like, we don't cover Ram ProMasters. We didn't cover that. And I'm like, well, what have I been paying you for? And they completely said like I didn't have insurance for years. They were like, I've been paying you, but they would not have covered me. So that was terrifying, and now I do not have State Farm anymore. I have trust issues. But just knowing and like making sure, because when I remember getting the insurance the first time, I remember them struggling with it, because when you insure it as a camper van, a lot of places can have issues with that. And they sent me like between like 8 different people before they finally were like, yeah. And I kind of felt maybe it was a little fishy, but I'm like, but they said yes. So like it's there, I'm paying the money, of course they'll cover it. But they told me they would not have covered it. So really trusting your gut when you get your insurance, because I mean, I've put so much money into this new van and I put so much time into it, and the idea of totaling it and having to do it all over again is terrifying. So that can be one of the most important things, because I mean, at this point, if I totaled my van, like van life would be kind of over. So that's definitely a way to make sure you do not ruin van life. Talking about safety and build safety, so like a carbon monoxide detector, fire extinguisher, circulating air. It can be really important to make sure you're circulating air in your van, because it's really good for your lungs. And if you've ever tested the air in a camper van when you don't circulate air, which I did randomly one day, it's not great. Like, you need to have that circulating air. So having not just a max air fan, but a window or 2 fans, that way the air is going in and out, can be really healthy for you and making sure that your body is healthy as well when you're living in the van. Personal safety, which to me goes with not ruining van life, because if I'm worried about my safety, then I'm having anxiety every night when I'm sleeping. And I love like New York City. Like, I've camped in New York City, I've done Boston. I like to do scary cities just because I think it's fun, but it can be scary. I mean, that's the turnoff. I camped in Philadelphia one singular night, and I learned my lesson. There was gunshots right next to me, and I had parked right next to a penitentiary, the Eastern State Penitentiary, so that might have been on me. But it was really cool because it was a castle, so give and take. But knowing safety, so that way when you're going to sleep every night, you don't have anxiety, like you're not building up anxiety of years and years of traveling. I know a lot of people like campgrounds. I'm not a campground person, so it actually is really easy to city camp. People always make it sound really hard, and between iOverlander and then I just keep like a list. Like, I'll be like, okay, hotels. If you're stealth, you can camp at hotels. You can camp at Cracker Barrels. You can just you can park side of the street. And I used to be so scared of getting a knock. I would get a knock and I'd be like, oh my gosh, I'm getting arrested right now. They just ask you to leave. That's all that happens. Like, I was so scared. My heart would start pounding. I had a cop once open my door. Like, he came up to my door and I waved at him through the window, and then he just opened my door, and I was like, oh, I think that's illegal. And it was. But what happened was I parked near a children's playground by a back street, because I was in Salem, Massachusetts, and there was a playground up there, and some mom had called that there was a suspicious white van. So now I've learned we don't park near playgrounds with a white van, with an unmarked white van. So it was fair. I understood why she did it. I'd probably, be also concerned. So over time, you learn those things that I never would have thought of that before. Also, when it comes to not burning out, making it really easy to take care of yourself in the van. I know running water, having showers, all those things. My sink is broken right now, so I brush my teeth in a cup, which it can make you, after a while, it can make you kind of feel like when people call, I'm a full-time van lifer, sometimes people are like, oh, it's basically being homeless, and then when you brush your teeth in a cup, you're like, I'm starting to understand why you're saying that. So taking care of yourself and having ways but also not thinking that about yourself. I have a lot of friends who say that they feel that way when they've been living in a van full time for so long, and knowing and keeping that list, I was saying, of all of the great things that van life provides. That way when you are brushing your teeth in a cup, and pouring water out of a water bottle onto your toothbrush, you're like, well, at least I'm not paying rent. At least I don't have to go to a job today. Like, there's definitely a lot of perks to van life that make things like that worth it. Having friendships on the road can definitely be something that can make it difficult, or I sometimes wonder, like, oh, when I lived back home, I had like a friend group and we would do things, but now all my friends are all over the country and they're all doing different things, and you know, a lot of them live in vans, so we're always just like all over and we never really cross paths that often. So doing things like finding groups, like when I lived in Las Vegas, I joined a bike group and we biked the Las Vegas Strip at midnight, and it was incredible, and it was like a weekly thing. So I would go back and I would meet people, and I made that friend group, even though I was in a city where I knew no one. So joining groups and talking to people, being places like this and meeting people who understand the lifestyle make you feel a little less alone when you're on the road so much. Okay, so then I have like a list that I just felt like, I know a lot of this is a little bit like fluff van life stuff, so I just wanted to talk about some of the things that I feel like over time I found have been like the best resources while living on the road. Just because I think that's probably what you guys want to know the most. So the best resource that I found like 2 months ago is an app called PlugShare. So if you have like a battery that you don't feel like is enough and your system just isn't getting enough, you can actually use this app called PlugShare, and it will tell you where public outlets are that you're allowed to go plug your van in at. So I plugged in at a pizza shop. I went in, I got a pizza, and plugged in at a pizza shop. I went back to 100% from like 20%, and you're allowed to just go do that. And I always thought I had to get a campground for years. So I'd be like, I don't want to spend $100 to go camp at a campground to refill. But if you get the app PlugShare, you can, I mean, just a bunch of random places. Where else have I charged? There was one at a Cracker Barrel, and they're usually for EV chargers, so you have to go on there and you have to select just a regular wall charger. But I've been using that, and it's completely saved me, because something else, another mistake that I made recently is an electrical company that I had install my batteries. I said, I want 800 amp hours, and they're like, that's way too much, you only need 400. And I'm like, I did the math and I watched a bunch of YouTube videos, so I really think I want 800. And they're like, no, 400. And for some reason they were so persistent on it, and I was like, well, you're the professionals, you guys know. And I don't have enough battery, and it dies all of the time. So trusting yourself, even if a professional is kind of telling you something, and going with your gut and knowing what you need is really important for sure. Another resource that I've used lately is Wi-Fi Map. It's another app, and it just tells you Wi-Fi passwords. So instead of having to go into a Panera or a Starbucks and ask for the password, you can just like park right in front and use the app, and it will even automatically connect you to the Wi-Fi when you get there. So it's really nice. You don't have to ask people, because I know sometimes like asking is, you know, you don't want to feel like you're mooching if you're not. You don't even have to buy anything. You can just sit there, and I know we're supposed to buy things, but when you have to get Wi-Fi all the time, that adds up. So you can just park in front and use their Wi-Fi, and it's really nice. It's called Wi-Fi Map. It's an app. Yes, it's really, really nice. I've been using it all the time now.
Wi-Fi map or app?
Map, M-A-P.
But it is an app.
It is an app, yeah, it rhymes. Something else that I started doing, when I started van life, I used to write in a notebook everywhere that I slept at night. That way I'd remember if I ever went back. And that was very inefficient, because it's just like writing it down. But you can actually go on Google Maps, the app, and you can make a saved list of everywhere that you've gone that you want to go. And so every morning when I wake up somewhere new, I mark it in Google Maps. That way when I go back to that area, I already have spots that I know are good, or they're bad. Like if I went somewhere and something happened, or it was just really loud, I mark that as well. And so now when I go back to areas, because I go back all the time, like I've been in Tampa for the last month, I have like 8 different spots that I just kind of travel around to, and I use my own notes. I know iOverlander is so incredible and everyone uses it, but a lot of people that I know don't like to put their personal spots that they find on there, just because then it blows up and then you can't use it anymore. So having your own kind of version of iOverlander that you can use and reference has been so great. So if you just go into Google Maps, select your spot, and then press save, you can make your own iOverlander of sorts. 2 other things are more of products that I found lately that I really like. I'm a stealth camper, so my van, I try to make it look as least camper van as possible. And so I don't have enough electrical, as I was saying. I feel like I don't have enough. So I recently got a thing called a solar blanket, because I already have my whole roof pretty much covered in solar panels and a roof deck, so I just don't have enough room to add more solar panels. But I got a thing called a solar blanket that opens up, and it's like, I think it's 400 or 500 watts of solar, and I can just lay it out. So I can go to a park for a day and just lay it out and get more solar instead of having to have, like the hard panels that take up a lot of space. It folds down like really small. I don't have anything for reference, but it folds down really small and I get so much wattage from it, and it's just like plug and play as well. But for me, the hard panels, I have like the DJI hard panels, and 600 watts was taking up way too much space. And then I got the solar blanket, and it takes up way less space because I know storage is really important in van life. Something else I got as a stealth camper that I really liked lately is the moonshade. I love awnings. I've always wanted an awning. I've always looked at them very jealously, but as a stealth camper, I couldn't have an awning. And moonshade has one that completely comes off, and you can't even see it on the side of the van. Like, you take it all off, so you can have an awning and you can still be stealth. And I bought that like last month, and I've been very excited about it because being stealth, there's so many different things that go into it. And I was really excited about it. But I think that's all of my notes. So if anyone has any questions, or people ask me a lot about like YouTube and social media with van life. So if you want to ask me about that, I'm open to any questions if anyone has any. Yeah.
So when you're traveling, how far do you travel each day, and do you stay like multiple days, or is there like some tips on that?
Yeah, so it really depends. Sorry, I'm supposed to repeat the question. He told me to repeat the question. When I'm traveling, how long do I stay somewhere, and what does it depend on? When I'm traveling, it depends on whether or not I have a part-time job or if I'm working in social media, because my first few years of van life I had a part-time job, and I would just like live in that city for 6 months. So I was a actress at the Salem Witch Dungeon for 6 months, and I lived in Salem has this beautiful like parkway, and I just lived in this like beautiful open grassy area, and I walked to work every day, and my job was to be a witch and scare people, and I got paid to do that, but I didn't get paid a lot, and I could only have done it if I lived in the van, which is why the van was so great. But then I would literally only leave that spot to get water, take a shower, go to the grocery store, and I would just live there, and I lived there for like 6 months. But that worked because Salem was so busy with tourists during October. So it's really knowing the spot and thinking about, like, is this going to be somewhere where they are going to come and knock if I stay here too long? Like, I lived in a parking lot for 6 months when I lived in Vermont, the same parking lot. And it's a little bit of knowing. Right now when I was in Tampa, I'm bouncing back and forth between like 8 different spots every single night because they are side of the road, they are Cracker Barrels. So thinking about what are those standards and rules, but also like sometimes it's a little bit of testing and knowing and getting comfortable with what you're doing.
So if you're in Florida right now, and you're going back up to Massachusetts, to get there, how far, like, would you stop every day? Would you drive 8 hours? Would you be only 5 hour like limit? What does that look like?
The really great thing about van life is that it's different every time, and I can just choose randomly. For me, at least, I do have a cat now in my van, and so I do have to make stops all the time because she doesn't like driving, and that's very new, and I'm still learning the ropes of that. But yeah, I make stops a lot. I don't like to risk driving at night with my van because I worked so long on it, and I know how expensive it is, and I know like accidents in the dark are more likely to happen, or if I'm tired, so I'm so careful with my van. I met a guy earlier this week who was telling me every time he leaves his van, he puts on a steering wheel lock and a wheel tire lock every time he leaves his van because he's like, just in case. And he has a thing on his phone that tells him whenever like his car turns on. That way, like if someone's stealing it, he knows immediately. And I was like, maybe I'm not taking the safety. And like, I have video cameras on all 4 sides. I've got like 3 trackers. I've got everything under the sun. There's a company back there called Berna, and I bought one of those. It's nice because I know it's a live stream, so I don't want to use certain words. What is?
It's a launcher.
A launcher. It's a launcher, but it looks like the real thing, and I feel like that's escalated my safety and how I feel about safety. So, just taking like safety and how I feel to the max extreme. But I've learned that I could be doing better. But I don't really know. It changes every single time. It's a little bit of a hard question. I'm sorry. If anyone has any experiences as well of things that they feel like they've burnt out from van life, or ways they feel like, or a mistake that you made, I think like community and sharing experiences is so great. Anything to add at all would be helpful to anyone else here.
So is your main source of revenue like through YouTube? And if so,
So the question was how I make money doing YouTube and if I do affiliates and how I maximize the revenue through that. So I've done a lot of different things with social media. I started out as the social media manager for Project Fan Life, and they paid me monthly. And then through making their content, which I got that job because I had one random viral video of my van tour and they reached out to me. That's kind of how that job started. And I've found that's a really great way to make money through social media, is making other people's content. But then from there, I kind of launched my own channel and page, and now it started out with I would reach out to companies to get sponsors and get ads, and then if I liked that product, I have to like pitch them my page and whatnot. But now companies come to me and they come out through my email, and we just go back and forth and they pitch prices and products, and shipping products is extremely difficult now that I'm on the road, which is I don't think people think about it. Like the companies don't think about it. It's like I give them a PO box and they're like, or a general delivery address, and they're like, we can't do that. And I'm like, well, what did you? I live in a van. How did you think you were going to get this to me? So that has been a quite interesting thing to refigure out. Affiliates, I do not make much money through affiliates, and I feel like a lot of the people that I know don't. I have an Orion roof rack, and I have an affiliates through them, which every time I sell a roof rack, I get like $300. So even though I've only sold like 3 or 4, that's still a good chunk of money. So I found when I do affiliates for smaller products, it's like, okay, I get $3 from that. It's like not even a coffee right now. So I found if I do affiliates for bigger products, that helps, because even if I sell one, it's magnitude. If you're looking at going into social media and you want to do affiliates or you want to do products with companies, looking up websites that, there's a bunch of different ones, I'm like blanking on the names right now, where they list companies that are looking for people to make content for them, and they'll give you products and they'll like tell you how much it is already, and it's just really easy to, that's what I started out making money from, was doing that and just reaching out to companies that way. How else do I make money on social media right now? I used to make money through YouTube AdSense, and then they copyrighted 3/4 of my music, so now I'm a little bit scared to do that because I was relying on that revenue. I made about $2,000 a month through YouTube AdSense, and now I make like $200 because they copyrighted half of my content. Lesson of that, Epidemic Sound, if you use music, will back you and keep your music, that if anything ever happens, they'll make sure that you're not getting copyrighted and losing your revenue. I was not using them, so I regret that. Epidemic Sound. So it's a little bit expensive, but I thought it was worth it in the end, because when I lost $2,000 a month, it was definitely would have been nice if they could have backed me and helped me with that. Besides that, that's all the ways I made money through social media. I used to have a safety business where I would sell keychains that had safety devices for women, and that was a great way of making revenue. I would make posts on social media, and I wouldn't say I made like $15 per sale, but then at least it was like I was fully doing it myself. I would promote it and whatnot. So I've also made money that way. I think that's all the ways. Yeah?
How do you keep your food, or what you eat, how you eat, 3 meals a day, interesting instead of like the same old every day?
That is a great question. I don't know if I'm the right person to answer that question. So the question was, how do I keep food interesting when living in a van, like not having the same foods? I do eat the same foods. I eat salmon and chicken like every meal because my cat likes it and I like to make her happy. So I wish I had a more helpful answer. I'm sorry. Yeah?
When you street park, do you put up windshield shades and side shades, or do you not, because that gives it away?
I thought about this for so long. That's a great question. So the question was, when I park and I'm stealth camping, do I put up window covers? I thought the same thing for years. Once you put up the window covers, everyone knows you're in there. So in my first van, I did do that. And then I want to say 3/4 of the way through, I started just using my divider curtain, and I put a safety hat in front and a safety vest. And I have a sign that looks like a caution sign, but it's actually a flux capacitor sign. And so I try to make it look like it was a safety vehicle. And then in the second van, I thought the same, like I had to fix this problem. And so I put in a partition door, and it fixed everything. To me, now I close the door and it looks like a work van, but the partition door, I would say, is the smartest upgrade I made in the entire new van, because yes, it adds to the stealth. It adds to the protection because I can lock it from both sides. There's like there's a pin I can put in. but also the temperature difference. It's insane how like I open that door and like I either get hit with like a gust of heat or like freezing cold air. There's less condensation in the back, which leads to less mold. It's also just better to be living in there without as much condensation in the back. So I would say that was one of the best choices for so many reasons, and it fixed that problem. Yeah.
So where do you consider your hometown?
Where do I consider my hometown was the question. So for my first few years of van life, I would just use my parents' address. And when I like lived in Salem, I would just say I lived in Salem, and I would just make answers up every time because it was always changing. But now I went through America's mailbox in South Dakota, and I have South Dakota plates, and I have a general delivery address through them. And that's worked out really well. So now I just say I'm a South Dakota resident, even though I've been there for only 24 hours. And I can get mail sported through there, and I've had no problems with that. So that's kind of where I say I'm a resident now.
So other question, this is on an accounting standpoint. So are you able to write off like anything dealing with your van because you are a social media person and you're having to go around? So therefore, if you're going to do your income taxes, you're going to have your income, the W-2s are going to be reported to the IRS, and then you're going to write off your expenses to try to get to zero so you don't have to pay any taxes. How did you work that out? That was kind of the question.
Yeah, so the question was, how do I do taxes as a social media person? How much of the van do I write off? Is that summing it up well? Okay. I definitely have counted almost everything in the new van build as something that I'm doing as a write-off because I'm filming everything. And also, when I film something like I have a Van Life Tech heated floor, I went out to their shop. I drove all the way to Oregon from Pennsylvania, worked with the company. They put it in. They put in the heater, and I put in the floor, and I filmed it. So to me, it's like that, and it's also I have an affiliate link, so that I could be making money off that in a way. So I do write that off. I write off almost everything. I try not to write off things like the screws and whatnot because I don't want to raise any like red flags. And it is a percentage of which it is personal, but it is really a work vehicle for me at this point. The first one I didn't count as anything of that sort because I didn't do social media until 3/4 of the way through, but then I believe you can actually count it as like office space in a way. I've seen people do that. But as far as taxes, I did write off most of it because I can make money off of most of the things in my van build. And if I wasn't making social media videos, I started out with just a mattress in the back, and I was totally happy with that. So it is like it wouldn't be as fancy as it was if I wasn't making social media videos. So I feel like that justifies it being a tax write-off, if that answers the question.
How do you stay physically fit?
I eat a lot of candy, and I'm 29. I don't really go to the gym. This is, again, not a good question for me. I feel really bad. All of my friends right now would be like, she drinks Mountain Dew and eats nerd gummies all day, and we're not really sure. But I do find living in the van, like I have like an Oura ring, and it tells me that I like take like 12 steps in a full day sometimes, because when you're living in a van, you've got just a hallway. So if you don't leave that van, you've not moved. Like you can crawl out of bed and open the fridge. Like you don't have to do much movement. So I definitely think that I understand that like fitness and moving, I've been thinking about it more as the ring tells me like you should move more today, and like 5 times in one day. So I definitely think that's something that should be thought about when living in a van. Any other questions? Or comments or experiences? Yeah.
What do your parents think?
Well, when I started car camping with nothing in the car, I would just recline the chair. And I think I was in Tampa when I started car camping. And I would just like put a blanket over me because I didn't know about window covers or anything, because back then van life hadn't really taken off. Like social media hadn't really like picked it up, so I didn't know I could even look on social media. Like in a crazy way, I was like, I've invented this new thing where I'm sleeping in my car and like I don't have to pay for hotels. Like I'm a genius. And then no, it was a complete accident. I was at a Taylor Swift concert and I fell asleep in my car waiting for traffic to die down. And I woke up at like 3 a.m. and I was like, I'm still in Tampa. I can go explore. Like, this is a great life hack. And then I started car camping every weekend and traveling further and further. So She didn't love that because back then I would, and this is going to sound crazy, I would wake up in the middle of the night and have dreams that I was burning alive because the van or the car was like so hot because I had no heating, I had no cooling, and I was like hiding in the seats to make sure no one could see me. So I knew I loved the idea, but I was like, I got to do this better, which is why I got a van. And so she just is constantly like checking my location on Life 360 and like, okay, you got your security cameras on. Where are you? Are you sure it's safe? Like, never be hesitant to move. You know, always giving me tips. Worried, but she has an RV, so she definitely understands in a way the lifestyle.
Any other apps that you use?
Yeah, let me open up my phone. I think I actually have it. When I make videos, I like have constant notes in here, and I know I have. Oh, here it is. I made a list called 7 Best Apps for Van Lifers. So first was Open Wi-Fi, which we talked about, Plug Share, Gas Buddy, so saving money on gas because, you know, these vehicles eat gas. Camping apps like iOverlander, Google Maps, which I mentioned as well. One weird one, when you live in a van, I find everything gets messy really quick. And for me, I love clothes, so my closet gets really messy. And I've done this really weird thing. There's an app called Closetly, and I marked I took pictures of all my clothes. That way I can stop pulling things out of the closet because it's so smushed in there. And I'd pull things out, and then my van would be a mess. Because you leave one sweater on like your table, and like your whole van looks like it's a disaster. And that's van life. So I started using that. Other apps that I have a bunch of cat apps. Like I have Tractive for my cat, so I can track her no matter what because I'm always nervous she's going to get out. She's not an outdoor cat, so that has been interesting in the least. People were like, you can't have an adult cat and have her get into van life because she's not going to be ready. She just likes attention, so as long as I give her attention, she doesn't care where she is, which is great. So, but she has a very small Tractive tracker. And I have the Waggle cam, so I can watch her in the van when I'm away, and I have the Waggle pet monitor, so I can see the temperature in there. So if like it got too hot in there right now, I would get an alert on my phone, which is nice because I definitely overthink about her a lot. It's called Closetly. It's like an LY at the end. But there's a bunch of them. That's the one I use. It just keeps me organized a little better. I wrote down something to tell you your altitude, which I wrote that down. I don't have one yet because I don't really go anywhere with altitudes. I like cities. But just because if you use your heater at certain altitudes or things in your van sometimes need that, so having a way to tell you your altitude to keep you safe. Let's see. Oh, I think this is actually also a list of lists I made in Google Maps that help me. So I have a list of all of the post offices that do general delivery because they don't all do it, and you have to go in and ask every time. And if you've ever called the post office, it's so difficult. Like they send you to like the biggest person possible, and then you're like, no, I just want to talk to the Tampa branch, like this one, and like they can't connect you with it. So I always feel like I have to go in. So I have a Google map of all of the post offices with general delivery. I think that's all the ones I got, I think. Yeah.
How do you date on the road?
That is a difficult question. The question was, how do I date on the road? I don't. I just broke up with my boyfriend of 2 years very recently. And it was partly, like van life can be difficult in relationships. Especially if the person doesn't also have a van. They found before dating me that a lot of girls would be like, well, when are you going to stop? When are you going to sell the van? Or people would be like, girls would just not like the van he found, or ask him when he's going to stop. And for me, I don't feel like I've had that issue, but I do find that like I have so much freedom right now. I can go anywhere, and there's literally nothing stopping me. And so with my relationship, like he wanted to go somewhere, and I was like, well, Daytona 500, I really want to go. And so it's like you want to be able to choose where you want to go when we have so much freedom. And so it can be difficult for sure. I haven't figured out how that works yet, but if I ever do, I'll let you know. Any other questions? Or, yeah?
Stop like in a Cracker Barrel. Do you have a routine you go through where you know where the exit is, the keys about the ignition? What do you do for the security?
Like a routine of inside my van? Yeah. I used to. Like on good days I do, you know? On a good day when I get there, I make sure my cat's all situated first. And I have to move a lot of things when I drive because things fall, things move. My cat's water has to be moved around, so it's just kind of situating things. But it's actually really not that complicated or overthought for me. I like to make everything done in one step. That's something I learned in my first van, is I used to have everything need so many steps to happen. And I remember with my stove, I would never cook because my stove was like a 5-step thing. I'd have to get it out from under the bed, and then I'd have to clear off the counter and put it in a specific spot. And I was just like, that's too much work, and I never cooked. So in this van, I really focused on making sure that everything was like one step, super easy. I wouldn't have to think about it or have like these high routines, because van life, everything becomes so much more complicated. Like, you have to hand wash all your dishes. You have to go somewhere else to do your laundry, all those kinds of things. So anything I can do to minimize routines or tasks always helps just kind of avoid burnout. Now that I have the partition door, I don't have to do things like putting up the window covers. That used to be a routine. Making sure my van looks stealth, that there's no light peeping through, is always a big one. But besides that, I love to get wherever I'm parking as late as possible. Like, I'll sit in a random parking lot until 10 o'clock and then go wherever I'm gonna camp, like right when I'm about to fall asleep. That way I'm not a problem, I'm not there very long, I'm less likely to get a knock. If I am in that city a while, I can go back there and keep reusing that spot because I'm not really being seen. So I just try to, like, wherever I'm sleeping, I like don't wanna take advantage of that spot very long. I wanna be there as short as possible. So I don't know that I have too much of a routine, I'm sorry. Any other questions or comments?
Amazon Locker for,
Yes.
and is it successful? Do you end up having to wait around for extra days, that kind of thing? Does it work?
I know I'm not supposed to love Amazon, but goodness gracious, I could not live without it. Because I mean, general delivery can be difficult, and I did like one general delivery recently, and the post office was like, but don't do it too often and don't do anything too big. And then I think the other day I had like 8 packages to an Amazon locker, and they have all come in on time. They've all been really easy. I just like press a button when I get there and the locker opens up, like 8 different ones. And I find it so nice because it's the only way I feel like I'm not doing a lot to have to get packages, because with general delivery, you gotta call in, you gotta ask, they don't tell you when it's there, so you gotta check in, and then maybe you show up and it's not there. So yeah, I use the Amazon lockers a lot for sure, and I've never had a single problem. I was somewhere in like Massachusetts, I think, and I got there and I opened the locker and there was nothing in it, and it was an expensive thing I had bought that time. And I was like, oh, I'm in trouble because like they're gonna blame me for it. I'm not gonna get my money back. I called Amazon and they were like, okay, we'll refund you. We'll send you a new one. And I was like, this is why I love Amazon. I know I'm not supposed to. Yeah.
I just want to say thank you. 2 years ago, I stumbled on your videos on YouTube, and you and 2 others gave me a lot of ideas for my damage it yourself van. So, thank you.
I love that. He called it a damaging it yourself van, and that's incredible. I'm so glad. That's why I make the videos. I think my goal when I make videos is more so to be like, you don't have to know what you're doing to get into van building, because I remember my first van build, I went into my garage to practice putting screws into wood, and I think about that now and I'm like, you didn't know how to put a screw into wood. Like, I have a video of me like using a drill for the first time and being like, wow, like look at me go. Like, it was really simple.
They made me laugh too.
I'm glad. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's what I make it for. Yeah?
What are some of your must-haves that you found that you really use daily for van living?
She asked what my must-haves are. So I would say now one of my must-haves is the partition door. It was one of the smartest things I did. It's so much easier than putting up window covers every night. Like, when I used to put up window covers, I would get anywhere and I'd be like, I gotta put them up so people can't see in. I was worried about like light coming through. The partition door is so easy and so nice, and it just makes the temperature regulation so much better. I use that every day, and every day I'm so thankful that I put it in, even though I had no idea how to make that. There were no good videos online of how to make a partition door, and I just made it up as I went. But it was definitely one of the smartest things I put in. My last van didn't have an AC, and I had to live by the temperature, and I had to follow around the weather. And I thought, like, that's fine. I don't mind doing that, but that really, it dictates your life. And so the AC was very expensive, and the install, van builders are very expensive. It was so painfully expensive, but I have a cat now, so I don't really have a choice. I have to have an AC. So I think that was something that now that I have it, I'm like, I can't go back to not having it, because I think it's interesting in the ways, I was talking about like air circulation earlier, that, and like you can kind of like beat yourself up if you're not taking care of yourself in the van and not having the proper things. So the AC is definitely good. Must-haves, let's see, what do I use every day? I didn't have a freezer in my first van, and I really regretted that. I thought I was fine without it. It was actually a really big deal. I think so much of making a van is like knowing yourself. It's going to be different for every person, and I thought I could be fine with like the minimum, and I definitely needed a freezer, partly because I worked at Ben & Jerry's and they gave out 3 free pints a day, and I had nowhere to put any of them. So that was devastating. I used to live in Vermont in the winter when I worked there, and I would put it out in the snow just to keep it cold during the night. Must-haves. I don't have a bathroom in my van because I'm a stealth camper. So I mean, we have bathrooms here. I'm usually at a gym. I can go in there. And I tried it once. I tried having a bathroom in my van, and emptying it is really gross. And I always feel weird about like talking about this. It's such a weird thing to talk. It's like so used to, like in van life, everyone's like talking about it all the time. I haven't gotten used to it yet. I straight use water bottles. Like I use water bottles, and I just throw the water bottle out. There's no cleaning, there's no smells, there's no problems. And I've been doing that for years, and it's just so much easier and nicer. It takes up like no storage space, because I had made a giant drawer for a toilet to go in originally, and then I realized I was using a giant drawer that I could use for storage, and I just didn't think it was worth it for me. But I've tried so many things throughout the years, and so that's kind of how I've learned it. There's just so much trial and error. Everyone that I've met who's been doing van life for so long even still has, trial and error. It's never fully done. Anything else, or comments, or anyone wants to share anything that they've learned throughout the years?
So you don't have a shower either?
No, I also don't have a shower. I chose to not have a shower because I have seen the mold issues they cause, and I know that can be a controversial thing that people want to have it anyway. But showers that have been ripped out after a while, like the mold problems, and then worried about breathing in the mold. And I usually, I'm not that picky about my own health, but my cat, I'm like, I don't want her to breathe in the mold. She has to be so safe. She's going to live forever. So I didn't want to do it. But also, I have a lot of hair. So for me, to shower, I know they make recirculating water showers now, which I did not know about when I made that choice for the second van. But half the van would be a water tank if I wanted to shower in my van. So I love Planet Fitness. It's really cheap, really easy. And unlimited water, though sometimes it's cold water, and I have a thing on my phone and my Google Maps of cold showers at Planet Fitnesses. That way I never go back to those Planet Fitnesses.
And you get to exercise while you're at Planet Fitness.
I could. I always feel guilty. Eating a candy bar as I walk past them on the treadmill. Yeah. They give out Tootsie Rolls, and I've always been like, who's eating them at the gym? And it's me. I'm the people. Any other questions or concerns or comments? Anyone who's had any experiences or almost burnt out of van life, or things that have hurt them, their experiences, and want to share your own stories? Anything? Betty, after the animatronic Yeti in Expedition Everest in Disney World. And the person who started the witch trials is also named Betty. So, multi-purpose name. Hi. I got the black because I go to more than one. So if you go to more than one gym, you have to have the black. If you like massages and tanning, they also have that. I hear they have exercise equipment, but I haven't checked that out yet. What's your YouTube channel? Yeah, my YouTube channel is just my name, Tori Delury. It's TORYDELURY. And I make van build videos, but a little bit of traveling as well, and just trying to, I don't know what I'm trying to do, actually. I'm just doing it, you know? All right. Is that it? Well, thank you so much for letting me ramble at you. Hopefully it was helpful in some way, or you got something from it. Thanks.
Hey there, we're Van Life Outfitters, and we're the nation's most trusted van life experts, providing unmatched customer support. We don't build vans, we help you build yours. Van Life Outfitters is owned and operated by actual van lifers who've been building out and traveling in vans for over 30 years combined. Our mission has always been to empower and educate aspiring van builders on the best methods, systems, processes, and products. Pursuing this mission means providing the industry's best customer and technical support on all the products you buy from our store. Also, we don't try to sell everything. We only sell the best products in each category to help you choose what's best for your build. If we wouldn't install it into our van, it's not in our store. Since 2016, we've been providing free resources such as blog posts, videos, and example wiring diagrams. We also have a free directory full of professional van builders and a calendar of van life events in your area. Basically, we're just a bunch of van nerds who are here to help others build the van of their dreams. Visit vanlifeoutfitters.com to start your van build adventure today.
Live Wildly is all about connecting people to nature. The best way to fall in love with a place is to get out there and experience it for yourself. From paddling, snorkeling, fishing, camping, hiking, biking, hunting, and van lifing, there's a million ways to get out and explore what makes Florida, Florida. In May of 2024, Live Wildly launched the Pledge to Protect Wild Florida. For every person who signs, Live Wildly donates $1 toward conservation. So far, that's over 11,000 people and $11,000 toward making sure all of this sticks around for a while. We partnered with JJ Gray to inspire support for protecting Florida's wild places.
Hey y'all, I'm JJ Gray. Grew up here in Florida, lived here all my life, surfing, hunting, fishing. Thankfully, my grandfather instilled in me a love for this place when I was a youngin'. He used to take me to places he grew up at, way out in the cut. And I think that's what inspired and influenced all the music, is just the natural beauty of growing up here in Florida. More than 1,200 people move here every day. And if we're not careful, we could lose these places that inspire and these places of beauty. That's why I've partnered up with Live Wildly to make sure that the Florida we love and are inspired by is still around for the generations to come. Join me and Live Wildly in doing all we can to protect wild Florida.
So, what can you do to live wildly? The first step is to get out there and experience wild Florida for yourself. Pick a trail, take a trip, and connect with Florida's wild side. Check out livewildly.com to find your next adventure and to join the movement to protect wild Florida.
Join your van life tribe at Colorado's largest community van gathering this June. We expect hundreds of vans coming together for this one-of-a-kind weekend at the beautiful Hummingbird Ranch in Spanish Peaks country. Meet other van lifers, tour hundreds of vans, enter your van into our DIY build contest, jam to incredible live music, learn and be inspired at our workshops, enter our sweepstakes for your chance to win amazing prizes, cool off in the stream that runs through the ranch, hang out in the leafy lounge, and enjoy a frozen margarita. The festival also features an extensive expo area with the industry's leading companies showing off their rigs and products, plus tons of delicious food trucks. Camping and day pass tickets are available now at peacelovevans.com. vans.com. Don't miss it, June 12th through 15th, 2026. Great vibes, sweet rides, and epic community.
Hey everybody, Terry Minix with Embassy RV, co-founder and vice president of the company. We've got 40 years of evolution here on building vehicles and RV.
Our builds feature no wood, no propane, no black tanks, and innovative products and technology to provide you an unparalleled travel experience.
Everybody, Jared Ambrose, sales manager here at Embassy RV. I'm very proud, very fortunate, very excited to be working for a company that is all about innovation. It's all about evolution, whether that be in our Cape Cod series, whether that be in our Dolphin series. If you want to learn more, check us out on our website, check out our socials, Facebook, Instagram. Come see us at a rally. Come visit us here at the factory. Come take a tour with us. We'd love to see you. We'd love to hear from you. We look forward to hearing from you soon.
Hope you enjoyed the preview, everybody. We're going to always put out more content. You can go to our website and see that. Love to see you at one of the rallies that we'll put on the website, or come here and visit Embassy RV and do a factory tour. That's a great way to see the depth of what we do. See you soon.
My name is Sasha and my company is called La Volta. I'm based in the Netherlands and I work mostly on small off-grid electric systems, mostly in campers and sometimes boats. I started my company officially a year and a half ago. I saw a picture of someone, she posted a picture of her system in her camper that was installed by the car garage, and she was looking for someone to have a look at it because she was not sure if it was done correctly. Yeah, and it was a big mess, and she happened to live very nearby, so she asked me to help to improve her system. And yeah, then I realized that I actually really liked to work with electrics, so a year later I started my own business. I really enjoy to install electrics, but I also have to do bookkeeping and updating my stocks and a lot of communication with the clients. So that's why I decided to collaborate with the camper builder. So I work 2 days a week at a camper builder, which I really enjoy. It's a really nice team. And the rest of the days I can spend on my own jobs. And my own jobs, they are a little bit more variety in the kind of systems that I install. Most of the people that ask me for help are people that are building their own camper van. So they're looking for help to design a system that suits what they want and also to install it. I really enjoy to teach people new skills, and some of my customers already have quite a lot of experience in building or technical background, and for some people it's the first time they hold an electric drill, but in either case they learn something during the day, they know how their system.
Hey there, we're Van Life Outfitters, and we're the nation's most trusted van life experts, providing unmatched customer support. We don't build vans, we help you build yours. Van Life Outfitters is owned and operated by actual van lifers who've been building out and traveling in vans for over 30 years combined. Our mission has always been to empower and educate aspiring van builders on the best methods, systems, processes, and products. Pursuing this mission means providing the industry's best customer and technical support on all the products you buy.
up my shoes, yeah. Well, that's one way to lose these walking blues. Diamonds on the soles of the shoes.
Join your van life tribe at Colorado's largest community van gathering this June. We expect hundreds of vans coming together for this one-of-a-kind weekend at the beautiful Hummingbird Ranch in Spanish Peaks country. Meet other van lifers, tour hundreds of vans, enter your van into our DIY build contest, jam to incredible live music, learn and be inspired at our workshops, enter our sweepstakes for your chance to win amazing prizes, cool off in the stream that runs through the ranch, hang out in the leafy lounge, and enjoy a frozen margarita. The festival also features an expo area with the industry's leading companies showing off their rigs and products, plus tons of delicious food trucks. Camping and day pass tickets are available now at peacelovevans.com. Don't miss it, June 12th through 15th. Great vibes, sweet rides, and epic community. Also, we don't do everything. We only sell the best products in
$1,000 toward making sure all of this
to come. Join me in
Join your van life tribe at Colorado's largest community van gathering this June. We expect hundreds of vans coming together for this at the beautiful Hummingbird Ranch in Spanish Peaks Country. Meet other van lifers. Tour hundreds of vans. Enter your van into our DIY build contest. Jam to incredible. Learn and be inspired at our workshops. Enter our sweepstakes for your chance to win amazing prizes. Cool off in the stream that runs through the ranch. Hang out in the leafy lounge and enjoy a frozen margarita. The festival also features an extensive expo area with the industry to help you choose what's best for your build. If we wouldn't install it into our van, it's not in our store. Since 2016, we've been providing free resources such as blog posts, videos, and example wiring diagrams. We also have a free directory full of professional van builders and a calendar of van life events in your area. Basically, we're just a bunch of van nerds who are here to help others build the van of their dreams. Visit vanlifeoutfitters.com to start your van build adventure today.
Live Wildly is all about connecting people to nature. The best way to fall in love with a place is to get out there and experience it for yourself. From paddling, snorkeling, fishing, camping, hiking, biking, hunting, and van lifing, there's a million ways to get out and explore what makes Florida, Florida. In May of 2024, Live Wildly launched the Pledge to Protect Wild Florida. For every person who signs, Live Wildly donates $1 toward conservation. So far, that's over 11,000 people and $11,000 toward making sure all of this sticks around for a while. We partnered with JJ Gray to inspire support for protecting Florida's wild places.
Hey y'all, I'm JJ Gray. Grew up here in Florida, lived here all my life, surfing, hunting, fishing. Thankfully, my grandfather instilled in me a love for this place when I was a youngin'. He used to take me to places he grew up at, way out in the cut. And I think that's what inspired and influenced all the music, is just the natural beauty of growing up here in Florida. More than 1,200 people move here every day. And if we're not careful, we could lose these places that inspire and these places of beauty. That's why I've partnered up with Live Wildly to make sure that the Florida we love and are inspired by is still around for the generations to come. Join me and Live Wildly in doing all we can to protect wild Florida.
So, what can you do to live wildly? The first step is to get out there and experience wild Florida for yourself. Pick a trail, take a trip, and connect with Florida's wild side. Check out livewildly.com to find your next adventure and to join the movement to protect wild Florida.
Join your van life tribe at Colorado's largest community van gathering this June. We expect hundreds of vans coming together for this one-of-a-kind weekend at the beautiful Hummingbird Ranch in Spanish Peaks Country. Meet other van lifers. Tour hundreds of vans. Enter your van into our DIY build contest.
And the van owner's name is Cliff Aichinger. And the van is Sam the Van. Come on up, Sam the Van. All right, guys, remember that Cliff's going to have a sign, and he's on Sunshine Avenue here. Go check out his van afterwards. So first I'll give you this stuff. Thank you. Yeah. All right, let's give it up for Cliff. Woo! Yeah! All righty.
There you go. Here's your sign.
And the next. Hey, Jess, maybe can you help me with the... I feel like I have one too many binders. Too many papers. Okay, the next winner from Dwayne Lane. By the way, anybody know why we call it Dwayne Lane? Ah. So Dwayne is the park manager here at Withlacoochee River Park. And he's a super great guy. He's worked here for, gosh, well over 20 years. And he's been super supportive of us. He's a great guy, so we named Dwayne Lane after Dwayne. So, on Dwayne Lane, the winner is Tommy and Angie with the van Wayfaring Star. Oh, a repeat winner. I know these guys. Damn. All right. So they're going to get a sign. They're going to be on Dwayne Lane if you want to check it out. After this, it's I'm sure it's really cool. I saw the last van they did that was a winner. Nope, they're just on that. Right. Let's see. What can we do for this one? Oh, that's a good one. All right. I'm going to keep that in mind. Moving on down the roads. Down the roads, we head down Main Street to Abbey Road. There were a lot of contestants on this road, so that's kind of interesting to note. And the winner on Abbey Road is Tony Bauder with the van Camo. Am I pronouncing any of this correctly? Flush for my pronunciation. All right, Tony, congratulations. Big round of applause for Tony! Right on. All right, now we go down Main Street to Rainbow Lane. The winner on Rainbow Lane, Best in Row, Roland Rollins, the Road Runner. Yes! Yes! Ooh, that's not a good sound. Congratulations. Rollin? Is that the name? Rollin, okay. Right on, Rollin. So be sure to check out Rollin's van, Road Runner, on Rainbow Lane. Heading a little further down Main Street, we get to Truckin' Trail. The winner of the Best in Row on Truckin' Trail, Jill Jonin, with the van Jenny. Ooh. 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 All right. Congratulations, Jill. Here she comes. So Jill's van, Jenny, is on Truckin' Trail. Be sure to check it out. Aren't these signs cool, by the way? I want one of those signs. Yeah, buddy. All right, we're moving down Main Street a little further down the line. And I just need to turn the paper the correct way. Very important detail. Okay, now we're going to call the winner on Imagine Street. I love how that sound effect just doesn't have an end. It's like the drum kit just disappears into space. All right, the winner on Imagine Street is Jill England with the van Poppy. And it was noted by thy official counting team that this should be an honorable mention for the best decorated box.
Ooh.
So no special prize for that, but we have mentioned it honorably. It has been noted in thy official record of Peace, Love, and Bands. All right, congratulations, Jill.
Thanks for mentioning that. Yeah. It was, too. I thought the same thing.
Okay, heading down Main Street to Ripple Road. The winner of the Best in Row on Ripple Road is Chris and Janet Winston with the Van Lewis. Give it up for Chris and Janet. Yeah, yeah.
This is the third year I've won. Really? This is my third year. Oh, wow, you're very
That's a little better. Oh, it's still kind of weird. It's not exactly a drum. Alrighty, heading down Main Street to Flower Power Lane. The winner is Sean Conway with the Van Empty Nest. Let's give it up for Sean. Yeah, here comes Sean. A life-changing moment for Sean. The Crocker Barrel will never be the same. Every time you guys pull into a Cracker Barrel, keep an eye out for these signs. Send us a photo if you see one out there in the wild. That'd be pretty cool. All right, we're heading down to... All right, gosh, we only have one more winner. So we have one more Best in Row winner. We're now in Chillville. So that whole section over there on the north side of the site is called Chillville. And the winner in Chillville is Ron Moss with Cool Bus, which I'm assuming is not a van. All right, give it up for Ron Moss. Where you at, Ron? Well, he's probably in Chillville. Taking a chill. Yeah, Chillville's pretty chill. So, I guess we don't see Ron. Aw, let's have a sound effect for that. Nice. Okay, now the moment you've all been waiting for. Now the moment you've all been waiting for. The 2026 Florida Peace, Love, and Vans Best in Show goes to Tommy and Angie, Wayfaring Star. Cleaning up again, these guys. Incredible. Yeah. So these guys win 2 flapjacks from Van Life Outfitters, an even fancier cool yellow sign, and a
Nice event for us. We thank y'all. We thank everybody for coming. We'd like to thank Van Life, like I said again, for throwing another event every year. It's been great. The weather been great this year, so everybody been having a good time. My name is Levon Smith. I work for Victron Energy. This is my co-worker, Jen.
Hi, I'm Jen Newmy. We're part of the North American team for Victron. We've been enjoying all your questions in the past couple days, and we're excited to answer a lot more in this session. I'm an ambassador for Victron, and I've also done a lot of Victron installs, mainly in the marine space. Also have worked on a couple vans and RVs as well.
Yeah, great. All right. Been working with Victron going on 4 years now. Started out as a driver for Victron, driving a training trailer around, the same trailer we having over here. Since I've been here, I've been upgraded to help out with the training. I became the training coordinator, and been learning a lot, whole new world of me. But over the years, I've been learning a whole lot. Just a little backdrop on Victron. Victron is a company that's been around since 1975. Last year was its 50th anniversary. Ryan Vader is the company's owner name. He's the father, and he has a son named Matthias. That's where the name Victron comes from. Ryan Vader, the V for Victron comes from his last name, Vader. The I comes from integrating circuits and electronics, and that's how you get the name Victron, from integrating electronics. He started out as a fisherman. It's a Dutch company. They're from out of the Netherlands, and he used to fish exotic fishes. And by the time he goes out and comes back with his fishes, half of the load will be dead. So he needed an inverter. So he brought an inverter from a guy, and the inverter worked for a little while, and then it broke on him. When he went to go get it repaired, he was interested in it, and he seen how the guy fixed it, so it struck his interest, and he started making his own inverter. And in 1975, Victron came out with their very first inverter, and the rest of the story, is history. Victron is a global company. Main ties really is in Europe, Africa, Australia, and now we've been making pretty big noise over here in North America. Like Jen said, we're part of the North American team. Victron is a global company, and it's been doing real good ever since COVID. Things kind of skyrocketed for off-grid, and it's been doing, we got batteries, we got a few components we're gonna go over before we're doing the Q&A, and what else I wanted to mention? Okay, yeah, so tech support. Victron is real big about getting you guys the best equipment. They're really concerned before they're sending anybody out doing off-grid. They want to make sure you have the best equipment, and they invest a lot in everybody, the user, in getting some understanding. So what they do over here in North America, they do a 2-day training that we go around state to state all over North America to give people understanding. A lot of people say Victron is complicated. There's a lot going on. Victron, to work our components, it really takes two things: power and communication. And every component that Victron has, it needs power and it needs communication. And through our servo, it's an ecosystem with Victron products. All of the products tie in together with the communication cables. So you could get a screen like we have over there, or y'all familiar with the touch screen, to see what all your components are doing. And they also have, for the end users, they got the thing called a VRM, virtual remote monitoring. So you could be not right there with your unit, or you could be anywhere around the world, and you could monitor your unit and turn things off and on, or get alerts if something getting hot. A lot of people like to leave the pets behind, and you can monitor yourself from all over the United States. What else we got, Jen? Training, tech support. Okay.
I can add it.
Okay.
Another thing about Victron is
we have
that they're always...
One of our staff members
Hold on a second.
has lost her purse. Kind of an important thing. It is a small, square, black purse. Bagalini. It says Bagalini on the black purse. So if you find a black purse, would you please bring it to the Van Life Outfitters Pavilion? Thank you.
All right. Another great thing about Victron is their product development. They're on the forefront of product development. Basically, their staff in the Netherlands are mostly engineers. Most of the company employees are engineers that are dedicated to research and development. So that's why you're always seeing great product updates and also very feature-rich products. We're going to go over some of the basic products we are showcasing today that you'll find in most Victron systems.
You want to start it off, Jim?
Yeah.
I'll hold it for you.
One of the most popular newer products that have been developed is the Orion XS, the 50 amp. Hopefully, we've gotten a lot of questions about them. One of the good things is they run a lot cooler than the older Orions, as many of you know. And it's also rated for 50 amps, and there's also a 24 volt version, the Orion 1400, that's also come out. And we have been hearing rumors that there's also a Orion 70 amp coming out, hopefully in the future, and also possibly bidirectional. So I'm going to hand this around. And also just the very basics for the Orion XS, the use is to charge from an alternator to your house battery, to charge your house battery.
You want to go with the servo?
Yeah, so the next thing we have is a Servo GX. Hold on, we're going to hold off. We're going to do questions later, for sure. So this will be just a very quick overview. How many of you do have a servo? Just one? Really? I'm surprised. Okay, well, the Servo GX is a great device. If you've been up to our trailer, we have the screen up behind the counter, and that basically is showcasing your whole electrical system. So the servo enables us to do that. It's basically a data center, so you plug all the different Victron components into it, and it takes all of them, communicates with all of them, so they communicate with each other. And then also we have a Touch 50 or Touch 70 display screen, which basically relays all that information, so we can see it in a readable version.
I'm gonna get the solar. And the MPPT.
Yep. And I'm gonna hand the servo around as well, so you can get a closer look at it.
Thank you.
Another basic component of a Victron system is an MPPT. Now, how many of you have an MPPT or a solar charge controller? All right, a few more. That's good. That's great. So one thing to note about the MPPTs, they take your solar voltage, regulate it down to a proper battery voltage. So you might have 20 volts coming in from your solar, then it's going to step it down to 12 volts if you have a 12 volt system, or if you have a 24 volt system, it would be different. One thing to note is that you have to have a 5 volt differential before it starts charging. So 5 volts above battery voltage before it will kick into charging gear.
You want to talk about the battery?
Yeah. And today we brought an example of the new NG line of lithium batteries that we have. Does anyone have Victron batteries here? No? Okay, well, that's one of the things that a lot of people don't realize is that Victron actually does sell batteries. They're very high quality. One of the differences is they are external BMS controlled.
Can we see over here?
Right there.
versus internal BMS controlled. So this is the version of the smallest. This is a 12 volt, 100 amp hour battery, NG battery here. As you can see, it's probably the cutest battery that you've ever seen. Very compact, high energy density. It's amazing that they can fit 100 amp hours in this small box.
Right.
If you think about, back to AGM's normal group 31 was probably about around 100 amp hours. So.
He said cheap seats.
So, yeah, it's very compact, very nice.
Okay.
It makes it great to fit in small spaces.
And you got the inverter, Jen.
And now we have the inverter charger, the multi-plus. How many of you have a multi-plus?
Okay.
Only a couple? Okay. Well, the multi-plus line is a very popular line of inverter chargers. You take AC power to in, acts as a battery charger, converts 120 or 240 into 12 volts or 24 volts, depending on your battery voltage. And then if you don't have a plug-in or if you're not on shore power or generator, it will switch to inverter mode and then take from your battery bank and power your outlets or your air conditioner if they're 120 or 240 volts. So they're very good pieces of gear. They're very feature rich. They do need to be programmed. Most installers will pre-program them for you. But if not, you can take a shot at it and try and program it yourself. There's some good YouTube videos on how to do that. You'll need a couple different tools. If you have a servo, you can program it through VRM on the servo. But if not, you need to program it through MK3 USB dongle. And Levon has one right here. Well, we had a couple questions about it today.
Yeah,
so
you brought it over. Okay. All right.
So we'll open it up to questions now. I'm sure.
MK3? What was it?
Yeah.
Okay. Jen, you want to repeat it, the MK3?
What's that?
He wanted to repeat what the MK3.
We have a question here, Jen.
Yeah, just a quick, the MK3 to USB is what you use to program the multi-plus. You'll plug the communication cable, that blue cable, the RJ45, into the multi-plus RJ45 port, and then use the dongle to go to your laptop or Android device through Victron Connect.
Right here.
What's the largest lithium battery you make? Largest for Anchorage?
Well, we have.
100 there.
Did everyone hear the question? Yeah. Okay, good. In the 12 volt line, the largest one we have is a 300 amp hour. But then there's also a 24 volt 300 amp hour. And then there's a 48 volts. Is that 100 amps or maybe 200 amps?
I think it's 200.
Yeah, 200 amps. So that's a lot. The 48 volt one would be the largest battery.
Is the trend?
Hold on, let's get the mic so everyone can hear you.
Right here? Is the trend going to 48 volts?
Is the trend going to 48 volts or 24 volts? Or where are we headed?
Yes, in general, the trend is going to 24 and 48 volts. Why
don't they just jump to 48, skip 24? Is there a reason?
I'm actually not quite sure. It's a good question. One reason I can think of is maybe just when it comes to solar charging, getting up to that 48 volts, you have to have enough panels to get that voltage differentials.
what is the sweet spot for solar charging? 24 volts? Or
It's
if there is a sweet spot.
no, there's not really a sweet spot for solar charging. One of the reasons I mentioned with a 48 volt system is that you have to have 5 volts above battery voltage to start charging. A lot of 100 watt, 200 watt panels, they output maybe 20 volts. So then even then for a 24 volt system, you'd have to wire them in series, to get a high enough voltage above battery voltage for them to start charging.
But the 12 volts now is still dominant?
Yes, 12 volts is still dominant.
It probably will be
for a while.
Years?
Yes. Okay. Yes. I think in newer systems are starting to go to 24 and 48, but there's still a lot of 12 volt systems out there.
Is it worth making the jump to 24 or 48? Is that a good idea to do?
I think it's worth it. I mean, just as efficiency is better on the higher voltages. You can use smaller cables, which is nicer. Also less weight, less expensive. So I think it's worth it.
Is 24 volts more heavy duty than 12, or isn't that a question?
No, it's not necessarily more heavy duty. It's more just about the efficiency and also the smaller cables, smaller wires you can use.
You mentioned 2-day training. Tell me a little bit about your 2-day training. Where are you going to be?
Okay. So every year we do a 2-day training tour. If you got a Victron Professional account, it's free. You can go on the Victron website, Victron Professional, and you sign in for free. And they have all the communities and talks and questions and answers and great things, what's coming out new. And they also have a section with training tour. And when you click on the training, they give you all the dates around America that we're gonna be at. No. Anybody could come to you could be a beginner all the way up to a 50-year, installer. Yes, ma'am. So on Victron Professional, you could sign up for the training. We'll be in Virginia on the 16th, Chicopee, Virginia, on the 16th, starting our first training this year. It varies every year, but we probably do it 20. Yeah, we do a lot of state. We go state to state. I'm the driver. That's our training trailer that we in, and we go state to state all the way, even Canada. We go to Canada as well. Yes, ma'am.
When are you going to do this area next?
We got to check the schedule. Yes, sir.
There you go. How well does Victron play with like other manufacturers? As far as mixing and matching between Lithionics and others, Volta and other systems.
So they have a few. What's the word I'm looking for, Jen?
Integration. Third-party
integration that Victron tests with already, that has the check, but they also have other third-party people that just done it on their own, and you get mixed hearing about it. Sometimes they say it's been working fine for the last year, or some of them say they tried it and it didn't work. But there's only a few of them that Victron signed off on because they tested, and that's Victron does. Like a lot of people ask, when is the next 1414, when it's coming out, and Victron don't have a date set particularly for no component. They like to complete the component and then they shoot it out. They don't have a set date for any component. They like to get the component done right and then send it out to the people. Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you were saying earlier that you had a converter charger that would accept either 120 or 240 volts. Does it automatically decide, or do I have to convert it from one to the other operating voltage?
For our inverter charger line, it's only one or the other. So you have to buy. There's numerous multi-plus models, so you have to buy either a 120 model or a 230 model.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Oh, here we go.
Basic knowledge. I'm not real good at it. I have the Multiplus 3000. I have the MPPT something /20.
Okay.
So it's my belief that I have over capacity solar panels so that MPPT is throttling back the amount that I can bring in. But it says in that case I'm getting better solar coverage at low lights in the morning and in the evening. If I buy the upgraded MPPT that's larger, I'm not going to lose any capacity in the morning or the evening, am I? I'm just going to add capacity to peak performance. Does that sound right?
Yes, that sounds right. If you upgrade your MPPT solar charge controller, then you'll be able to have more charging to your batteries. It's not going to, basically your question was you're wondering if it's going to affect your solar performance. No, it shouldn't affect your solar performance. Yes, yes.
Any more questions?
No more questions? Oh, okay.
My original question, you mentioned bi-directional. Could you elaborate on that? Say it again. Bi-directional. Could you elaborate on that?
So the Orion XS, or Orion, right now is a one-way input-output. So let's say you can only go from your start battery to your house battery. You can't go from your house battery to your start battery. But if there's a bi-directional feature added, then you could basically choose, it could go either way.
But it doesn't have that feature?
It does not have that feature.
Are they gonna have it in the future?
They're working on it, so hopefully yes.
So question to that then, if you have two DC-DC chargers, can one run one way and one run the other way? Instead of having one that's bi-directional, can you force it to be bi-directional by having two?
Yes, you could do that. You could do that.
That was attempted on my rig and it failed.
It failed?
But you know about that.
But yeah, you could set it up, but then it's almost like, well, you'd be just canceling the charge out. Well, if you'd have to set it up so only one was running at one time, and the other was running at another time, because they would just they'd just cancel each other out if they were running at both time at the same time.
So just to be clear, you have to do one. You have to do one at a time. You can't do both at the same time.
Basically, yes, because
it doesn't make sense to do that, but you know. Yeah. The installer thought that she could do that.
Okay.
Bi-directional is going to be at the same time, or it's going to just cut one off and it's doing one or the other?
Okay, so the question is if bi-directional would happen at the same time. I'm not quite sure. I would think it would be that you would choose one way or the other. That would just have the capability to do one way, and then you would probably go into the settings or choose the other way. Yeah, maybe through the servo. I'm not sure since it's not out yet. We'll see, but it wouldn't make sense for it to happen at the exact same time.
Yeah, kind of a follow-on to that thing. How do you keep, if it's bi-directional, how do you keep the batteries from like balancing each other out or draining each other?
Yes, so that if it ran at the same time, that's where it wouldn't make sense. So.
Yeah, one is lead acid, the other is
Here you go.
Yeah.
Are they compatible?
No, they're not compatible, but that's why it has to be directional, because you don't want to be combining battery banks.
Now you want to pull.
Uh,
Sorry about
sorry.
that. Now he wants to pull. He didn't want to do that. Can these components be tied together? I see a DC charger, like this unit is an inverter and charger, and then there's a DC to DC charger. One or the other would be what you'd use. And then parallel two of these batteries together into a system installed in your van or in your motorhome, whichever. Would that work out well as far as its own standalone system?
You understand the question?
Just to make sure I understand this correctly, you're saying if you had an inverter charger and then two batteries parallel together and a DC to DC charger.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I see. The DC to DC charger is more battery to battery or DC to DC voltage. The inverter charger, the multi-plus, takes shore power charging and then converts it down to battery voltage to charge.
What's the Victron's recommended way to ground the multi-plus when you're installing it in a van?
For the, are you talking just the case ground on the multi-plus?
Yes.
In general? Yeah, to the chassis.
Thanks.
And then basically you'll have the DC positive and then DC negative going to the battery, positive and negative.
So you just tie all that together, right? Your multi-plus with to the chassis along with like a bus bar around it to the chassis.
Yeah, ideally a negative bus bar would be more ideal than just random grounds to the chassis.
Okay, thanks.
That one right there.
Oh.
Right.
On your batteries, your BMS is a separate unit by itself. You have to have one or two for two batteries.
The BMS is separate, it's external, and you can have one BMS per a couple batteries. Actually, I think we can have up to 25 or 50 batteries for one BMS now.
So you put three in a line, right?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah,
And
you
BMS.
could have 3 batteries and one BMS controlling that.
So to be clear, so for your system, one BMS is enough to operate the whole system?
Yes.
So, for example, this morning I had I had 3 lithium batteries, and the BMS, they all shut down, all 3 of them, at the same time. Probably low voltage during the night. But each one has their own BMS, and it took them all out. All the batteries shut down.
Is it a Victron system?
No. Well, the Victron system, but not the batteries.
Okay, so the batteries are Victron or not? Okay. Okay, but so each battery's BMS shut them down.
Well, shut them off. They
Shut
all
'em
went
off.
down.
Yes.
Overnight. Took me a while to figure out. But anyhow, that's why I asked you, do you need 1 or 2? So actually, you still need to. I'm not sure how they're keeping. They're shutting down one unit and shut down 2 batteries.
Yes, so let's say you had 3 or 4 batteries with Victron batteries and you have an external BMS, that BMS would shut down the whole battery system.
But if the batteries are not Victron batteries, that's not the case?
Not necessarily, but all internal BMSs on other batteries will probably have the same, they should have the same settings if it's the same brand, so they'll shut down at the same time.
And they did.
He said it
Yes,
did.
they did.
You want to mention about the internal BMS we got coming up?
Okay.
You said they typically shut down at the same level. What is that level?
That's usually specified by the battery manufacturer. So,
Want to take a guess?
All the batteries different.
let's see. It depends. It also depends how you set up your system, because we could set up a Victron system to shut down the batteries, let's say at 20% versus 15%. Or some people may want to go down lower to even 10%. So it just
in that
depends.
neck of the woods.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. It should be around 15%, ideally.
Oh,
That's
thank you.
pretty standard. Go ahead.
Is the sole function of the DC to DC? Is the sole function of the DC to DC just to kick the alternator voltage from 12 to 14 for the lithium, because they want 14.1 or whatever it is? Is that the only reason for the DC to DC?
That's one of the reasons. Another reason is to basically regulate the alternator charging, so you're not burning up your alternator when you're driving down the road. Because if you had no regulator on the alternator, or no DC to DC charger, basically the alternator would just output at max, because the internal resistance on the lithium batteries is so low. It's just going to take all that it can get from the alternator, so then you end up burning up the alternator.
I've got a Winnebago 22, and it came with two 100 amp acid batteries. I replaced it with a lithium 300 amp, but I didn't do anything else. I changed it from parallel to just the one battery. And when I look at the gauge, the battery meter, it stays right in the middle where it's supposed to be. Am I okay operating it without a DC to DC pickup? Is that hurting the alternator even though the gauge is right in the middle where it always has been?
What size is your alternator?
Whatever they put on the V10 Fords. Does anybody know? It's like the most common one for RVs that are C-Class. That V10 engine.
I'm not sure, but
maybe it's like 200 amps or something.
okay, so there might be a few cases where you could possibly not be overworking your alternator, like in your case.
Would it show on the gauge if it was overworking?
Not necessarily, because you just see charging voltage, which is pretty steady, but you wouldn't see the alternator temperature. So like an alternator external regulator, they come with temperature sensors that you can actually bolt to the alternator, and they're monitoring that temperature so the alternator doesn't get too hot. Like a Wake Speed or Arco Zeus external regulator, they take the alternator temperature into consideration. Yeah, the DC to DC charger, the 50 amp, that's basically all you got. So if you had a 100 amp alternator, you can only get the 50 amps charging out of it. So that's how it dials down the charging.
As I recall, I read something, I think it's 120 amps. Is that too small?
Your alternator is at
Yeah, I think
120
I read
amps.
someplace it's 120 amps.
Okay, and
is that too small?
It depends on how fast you want to charge, really, and how big your battery bank is. So you said you had a 300 amp hour battery?
Right, lithium.
Yeah, lithium. So you're probably working your alternator pretty good. They say in general, a lithium bank can take up to 0.5 C, C being the capacity of the bank. So your lithium ideally would take 150 amps of charging at 300 amps or so. So you could be borderline overworking your alternator. Yeah. So I would recommend always having a DC to DC charger or a external alternator regulator for that.
Can you just put it in line? Like it's going to the battery anyway, and I just like break the positive
So the question is if you can put a DC to DC charger in line on the positive, and yes, yes, you can.
Any other questions?
You wanted to mention about it, Jen? About our new one coming out all in one?
Oh, we have one.
The built-in BMS?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
super pack.
Will the bi-directional charging be available sometime in our foreseeable future? The XS 1400 or the new XS 70 amp that's coming out?
Honestly, we wish we knew. We had so many people ask for a time frame, but again, we don't get an exact date. So it's basically when it's ready, and it will come out.
Yeah, they're working on it.
They're working on it.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of requests for it. So, yes, if you have feedback or a request for a new product, please let us know because we'll make sure it gets known. We'll make sure that somehow that it's going to get up over to the Netherlands so they know. And if they hear enough feedback, they'll start working on it. One other thing that is also coming out is a new line of lithium batteries and the Super Pack, and they are going to have an internal BMS as well. Any more questions?
Internal versus external.
Good question. I personally think I think the external BMS, it's a little more complicated to wire. You have to separate out your charging sources and also your DC loads, but I feel like you get a little more control, and you also get a better sense of what's going on with the battery. So let's say your system shuts down, did it shut down on overcharging? Did it shut down on low voltage? And with an external BMS, you're able to tell that a lot easier. Internal BMS. Some of the internal BMS battery manufacturers have gotten better though with the external comms. So before, sometimes with the internal BMS batteries, there'd be just no communication. So, oh, my battery shut down. Why? I have no power. What's going on? So that's one of the reasons to have an external BMS. An internal BMS battery though it's easier to wire up. You don't have to separate out the loads and the charging sources. So they're usually less complicated to wire up as well.
Any other questions?
All right. Well, I think that's it. Thank you so much
Thank you.
for attending.
Hey there, we're Van Life Outfitters, and we're the nation's most trusted van life experts, providing unmatched customer support. We don't build vans, we help you build yours. Van Life Outfitters is owned and operated by actual van lifers who've been building out and traveling in vans for over 30 years combined. Our mission has always been to empower and educate aspiring van builders on the best methods, systems, processes, and products. Pursuing this mission means providing the industry's best customer and technical support on all the products you buy from our store. Also, we don't try to sell everything. We only sell the best products in each category to help you choose what's best for your build. If we wouldn't install it into our van, it's not in our store. Since 2016, we've been providing free resources such as blog posts, videos, and example wiring diagrams. We also have a free directory full of professional van builders and a calendar of van life events in your area. Basically, we're just a bunch of van nerds who are here to help others build the van of their dreams. Visit vanlifeoutfitters.com to start your van build adventure today.
Live Wildly is all about connecting